This is the Manila Bulletin, traversing time and truth since 1900. The newspaper with a century-long legacy of standing witness to the country's history and development. Today, the Manila Bulletin strives to make the nation be fully informed, and the Manila Bulletin will continue to inform, inspire, empower, telling timely stories and timeless truths through this century and beyond.
Kinakailangan tayo ang henerasyon na magwawakas sa matinding kahirapan.
Tayo
ang henerasyon
na pinakapursigidong
Labanan
ang kawalan ng hustisya.
at hindi pagkakapantay-pantay.
at ang henerasyon
na siyang susugpo sa climate change.
At ito ang gagawin natin.
Ang Sustainable Development Goals.
15 taong plano para sa ating lahat.
Sa bawat sulok ng mundo,
Wala tayong iiwanan. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang sinuman ang dumaranas.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
walang nagugutom at gumigising sa umagang nagtatanong,
May kakainin ba yun?
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan walang taong namamatay
sa sakit na may lunas.
at kung saan
Ang tamang pangangalaga.
Ng kalusugan ay panghabang buhay.
ang karapatan ng lahat.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat
Ay nakakapag-aral
At nabibigyan ng sapat na kaalaman.
At kasanayan,
para sa isang masaganang buhay.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ng kababaihan
At lahat ng batang babae
ay may patas na oportunidad
upang umunlad,
maging matibay at ligtas.
hindi tayo magtatagumpay.
Kung kalahati ng mundo,
ay naiiwanan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
lahat ay mayroong malinis na tubig
at maayos na palikuran.
sa bahay,
Sa paaralan
at sa trabaho.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong
Sapat na enerhiya para sa lahat. Init, ilaw at
kuryente na hindi sumisira sa mundo.
sa isang mundong umuunlad
ang mga ekonomiya.
At ang kayamanang tinatamasa.
Ay siya rin magbibigay
Ang desenteng trabaho para sa lahat.
Sa isang mundo kung saan ang ating mga industriya, infrastruktura at pinakamahusay na inobasyon
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang diskriminasyon at labis na di pagkakapantay-pantay.
sa loob ng ating bansa. Sa pagitan ng mga bansa.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
Ang lungsod at komunidad ay ligtas.
maunlad at sumusuporta sa mga naninirahan dito.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan ibinabalik natin
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong desididong sugpuin
ang banta ng climate change.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo
kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang ating mga karagatan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang buhay sa kalupaan.
Mga kabubatan, mga hayop.
at ang kabuuan ng ating daigdig.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan may kapayapaan sa bansa.
kung saan ang lahat ng pamahalaan ay may pananagutan.
At isang mundo
Kung saan mamamayani ang hustisya at bawat isa ay pantay sa harap ng batas.
At tayo ay dapat mamuhay sa isang mundo kung saan ang lahat ng bansa
At ang kanilang mga mamamayan
Ay magtutulungan upang isakatuparan ang Sustainable Development Goals.
sa lahat ng mga tao at sa lahat ng sulok ng mundo.
Ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Tayo na't kumilos.
Sabay-sabay nating isakatuparan ito.
Para sa atin,
ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development
This is the Manila Bulletin, traversing time and truth since 1900. The newspaper with a century-long legacy of standing witness to the country's history and development. Today, the Manila Bulletin strives to make the nation be fully informed. And the Manila Bulletin will continue to inform, inspire, empower, telling timely stories and timeless truths through this century and beyond.
Kinakailangan tayo ang henerasyon na magwawakas sa matinding kahirapan.
Tayo
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 ang henerasyon
Na pinakapursigidong
Labanan
Ang kawalan ng hustisya.
at hindi pagkakapantay-pantay.
at ang henerasyon na siyang susugpo sa climate change.
At ito ang gagawin natin.
Ang Sustainable Development Goals
15 taong plano para sa ating lahat.
Sa bawat sulok ng mundo,
Wala tayong iiwanan. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang sinuman ang dumaranas
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
Walang nagugutom at gumigising sa umagang nagtatanong,
may kakainin ba yun?
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan walang taong namamatay sa sakit na may lunas.
at kung saan
Ang tamang pangangalaga
ng kalusugan ay panghabang buhay.
ang karapatan ng lahat.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat
Ay nakakapag-aral
At kasanayan,
para sa isang masaganang buhay.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ng kababaihan
at lahat ng batang babae
Ay may patas na oportunidad
upang umunlad,
maging matibay at ligtas.
hindi tayo magtatagumpay.
kung kalahati ng mundo
ay naiiwanan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
lahat ay mayroong malinis na tubig
at maayos na palikuran.
sa bahay,
Sa paaralan,
at sa trabaho.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong
Sapat na enerhiya para sa lahat. Init, ilaw at
kuryente na hindi sumisira sa mundo.
sa isang mundong umuunlad
ang mga ekonomiya
at ang kayamanang tinatamasa.
Ang disenteng trabaho para sa lahat.
sa isang mundo kung saan ang ating mga industriya, infrastruktura at pinakamahusay na inobasyon
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang diskriminasyon at labis na di pagkakapantay-pantay.
sa loob ng ating bansa
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
ang lungsod at komunidad ay ligtas.
Maunlad at sumusuporta sa mga naninirahan dito.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan ibinabalik natin
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong desididong sugpuin
ang banta ng climate change. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo
Kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang ating mga karagatan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang buhay sa kalupaan.
mga kasugatan, mga hayop.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan may kapayapaan sa bansa.
Kung saan ang lahat ng pamahalaan ay may pananagutan.
At isang mundo
Kung saan mamamayani ang hustisya at bawat isa ay pantay sa harap ng batas.
At tayo ay dapat mamuhay sa isang mundo kung saan ang lahat ng bansa
At ang kanilang mga mamamayan
Ay magtutulungan upang isakatuparan ang Sustainable Development Goals.
sa lahat ng mga tao at sa lahat ng sulok ng mundo.
Ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Tayo na't kumilos
Sabay-sabay nating isakatuparan ito.
Para sa atin,
ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development
is the Manila Bulletin, traversing time and truth since 1900. The newspaper with a century-long legacy of standing witness to the country's history and development. Today, the Manila Bulletin strives to make the nation be fully informed, and the Manila Bulletin will continue to inform, inspire, empower, telling timely stories and timeless truths through this century and beyond.
Kinakailangan tayo ang henerasyon na magwawakas sa matinding kahirapan.
Tayo
Tayo
Tayo.
ang henerasyon
Na pinakapursigidong
Labanan
Ang kawalan ng hustisya.
at hindi pagkakapantay-pantay.
At ang henerasyon
na siyang susugpo sa climate change.
At ito ang gagawin natin.
Ang Sustainable Development Goals
15 taong plano para sa ating lahat.
Sa bawat sulok ng mundo,
Wala tayong iiwanan. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang sinuman ang dumaranas
matinding kahirapan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
Walang nagugutom at gumigising sa umagang nagtatanong, may kakainin ba yun?
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan walang taong namamatay
sa sakit na may lunas.
At kung saan
ang tamang pangangalaga
ng kalusugan ay panghabang buhay.
Ang karapatan ng lahat.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat
Ay nakakapag-aral
at nabibigyan ng sapat na kaalaman
At kasanayan,
para sa isang masaganang buhay.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ng kababaihan
at lahat ng batang babae
Ay may patas na oportunidad
upang umunlad,
maging matibay at ligtas.
hindi tayo magtatagumpay.
kung kalahati ng mundo
ay naiiwanan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
lahat ay mayroong malinis na tubig
at maayos na palikuran.
sa bahay,
Sa paaralan,
at sa trabaho.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong
Sapat na enerhiya para sa lahat.
init, ilaw at
kuryente na hindi sumisira sa mundo.
sa isang mundong umuunlad
ang mga ekonomiya
At ang kayamanang tinatamasa.
siya rin magbibigay
Ng disenteng trabaho para sa lahat.
sa isang mundo kung saan ang ating mga industriya, infrastruktura at pinakamahusay na inobasyon
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang diskriminasyon at labis na di pagkakapantay-pantay.
sa loob ng ating bansa
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
ang lungsod at komunidad ay ligtas.
Maunlad at sumusuporta sa mga naninirahan dito.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan ibinabalik natin
ang ating kinuha sa inang
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong desididong sumpuin
ang banta ng climate change.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo
Kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang ating mga karagatan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang buhay sa kalupaan.
mga kagubatan, mga hayop.
ang kabuuan ng ating daigdig.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan may kapayapaan sa bansa
Kung saan ang lahat ng pamahalaan ay may pananagutan.
At isang mundo
kung saan mamamayani ang hustisya at bawat isa ay pantay sa harap ng batas.
At tayo ay dapat mamuhay sa isang mundo kung saan ang lahat ng bansa
at ang kanilang mga mamamayan
Ay magtutulungan upang isakatuparan ang Sustainable Development Goals.
sa lahat ng mga tao at sa lahat ng sulok ng mundo.
Ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Tayo na't kumilos
Sabay-sabay natin isakatuparan ito.
Para sa atin,
Ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development
This is the Manila Bulletin, traversing time and truth since 1900. The newspaper with a century-long legacy of standing witness to the country's history and development. Today, the Manila Bulletin strives to make the nation be fully informed. And the Manila Bulletin will continue to inform, inspire, empower, telling timely stories and timeless truths through this century and beyond.
Kinakailangan tayo ang henerasyon na magwawakas sa matinding kahirapan.
Tayo.
Ang henerasyon
Na pinakapursigidong
Labanan
Ang kawalan ng hustisya.
at hindi pagkakapantay-pantay.
At ang henerasyon na siyang susugpo sa climate change.
At ito ang gagawin natin.
Ang Sustainable Development Goals
15 taong plano para sa ating lahat.
Sa bawat sulok ng mundo,
Wala tayong iiwanan. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang sinuman ang dumaranas
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
Walang nagugutom at gumigising sa umagang nagtatanong,
May kakainin ba yun?
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan walang taong namamatay
sa sakit na may lunas.
at kung saan
ang tamang pangangalaga
ng kalusugan ay panghabang buhay.
ang karapatan ng lahat.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ay nakakapag-aral
At nabibigyan ng sapat na kaalaman.
At kasanayan,
para sa isang masaganang buhay.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ng kababaihan
At lahat ng batang babae
Ay may patas na oportunidad
upang umunlad
Maging matibay at ligtas.
hindi tayo magtatagumpay.
kung kalahati ng mundo
Ay naiiwanan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
lahat ay mayroong malinis na tubig
at maayos na palikuran.
Sa bahay.
Sa paaralan,
at sa trabaho.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong
Sapat na enerhiya para sa lahat. Init, ilaw at
kuryente na hindi sumisira sa mundo.
sa isang mundong umuunlad
ang mga ekonomiya.
At ang kayamanang tinatamasa
ay siya ring magbibigay ng disenteng trabaho para sa lahat.
Sa isang mundo kung saan ang ating mga industriya, infrastruktura at pinakamahusay na inobasyon
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang diskriminasyon at labis na di pagkakapantay-pantay.
sa loob ng ating bansa.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
Ang lungsod at komunidad ay ligtas.
Maunlad at sumusuporta sa mga naninirahan dito.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan ibinabalik natin
Ating kinuha sa inang kalikasan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong desididong sugpuin
ang banta ng climate change.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo
kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang ating mga karagatan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang buhay sa kalupaan.
mga kasugatan, mga hayop.
Ang kabuuan ng ating daigdig.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan may kapayapaan sa bansa.
Kung saan ang lahat ng pamahalaan ay may pananagutan.
At isang mundo
Kung saan mamamayani ang hustisya at bawat isa ay pantay sa harap ng batas.
At tayo ay dapat mamuhay sa isang mundo kung saan ang lahat ng bansa
at ang kanilang mga mamamayan
Ay magtutulungan upang isakatuparan ang Sustainable Development Goals.
sa lahat ng mga tao at sa lahat ng sulok ng mundo.
Ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Tayo na't kumilos.
Sabay-sabay natin isakatuparan ito.
para sa atin.
Ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development
This is the Manila Bulletin, traversing time and truth since 1900. The newspaper with a century-long legacy of standing witness to the country's history and development. Today, the Manila Bulletin strives to make the nation be fully informed. And the Manila Bulletin will continue to inform, inspire, empower, telling timely stories and timeless truths through this century and beyond.
Kinakailangan tayo ang henerasyon na magwawakas sa matinding kahirapan.
Tayo
Tayo
Ang henerasyon na pinakapursigidong
Labanan
ang kawalan ng hustisya at hindi pagkakapantay-pantay.
At ang henerasyon na siyaring susugpo sa climate change.
At ito ang gagawin natin.
Ang Sustainable Development Goals
15 taong plano para sa ating lahat.
Sa bawat sulok ng mundo,
Wala tayong iiwanan. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang sinuman ang dumaranas
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
walang nagugutom at gumigising sa umagang nagtatanong,
may kakainin ba yun?
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan walang taong namamatay
sa sakit na may lunas. At kung saan ang
tamang pangangalaga
ng kalusugan ay panghabang buhay.
ang karapatan ng lahat.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ay nakakapag-aral
At nabibigyan ng sapat na kaalaman
At kasanayan,
para sa isang masaganang buhay.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ng kababaihan
At lahat ng batang babae
ay may patas na oportunidad
upang umunlad
maging matibay at ligtas.
hindi tayo magtatagumpay.
kung kalahati ng mundo
ay naiiwanan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
Lahat ay mayroong malinis na tubig
at maayos na palikuran.
sa bahay.
Sa paaralan,
at sa trabaho.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong
Sapat na enerhiya para sa lahat. Init, ilaw at
kuryente na hindi sumisira sa mundo.
Sa isang mundong umuunlad
ang mga ekonomiya
at ang kayamanang tinatamasa.
Ay siya rin magbibigay
Ang disenteng trabaho para sa lahat.
sa isang mundo kung saan ang ating mga industriya, infrastruktura at pinakamahusay na inobasyon
Hindi lamang ginagamit upang magpayaman.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang diskriminasyon at labis na di pagkakapantay-pantay.
sa loob ng ating bansa.
Sa pagitan ng mga bansa.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
Ang lungsod at komunidad ay ligtas.
Maunlad at sumusuporta sa mga naninirahan dito.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan ibinabalik natin
ating kinuha sa inang kalikasan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong desididong sugpuin.
ng banta ng climate change.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo
Kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang ating mga karagatan. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang buhay sa kalupaan.
mga kasubatan, mga hayop.
ang kabuuan ng ating daigdig.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan may kapayapaan sa bansa,
Kung saan ang lahat ng pamahalaan ay may pananagutan.
At isang mundo
Kung saan mamamayani ang hustisya at bawat isa ay pantay sa harap ng batas.
At tayo ay dapat mamuhay sa isang mundo kung saan ang lahat ng bansa
At ang kanilang mga mamamayan
Ay magtutulungan upang isakatuparan ang Sustainable Development Goals.
sa lahat ng mga tao at sa lahat ng sulok ng mundo.
Ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Tayo na't kumilos
Sabay-sabay natin isakatuparan ito.
Para sa atin,
ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development
Sa lahat ang bundok sa simoy at
To our dear speakers, in person and virtual participants and other guests, good day to everyone. We're very excited to see you all on board.
Yes, good afternoon. So my name is Elora May Atos, and I will be your host for this afternoon.
And I am Mark Vincent Ormersene, and we're both program officers of UP CIPAL Philippines.
Yes, so can we please be seated? Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so we're very delighted to have you all here with us this afternoon. And we look forward to a very productive afternoon, and we're excited to learn from the roster of our esteemed speakers as well as our partners. But Vincent, can you tell me more about today and why we're commemorating today specifically?
Today is the 12th day of the 18-day campaign to end violence against women, and we are very delighted to have every one of you here together to discuss about the importance of addressing gender-based violence and the different ways on how good governance can be a solution to this issue.
Yes, UP CIPAL Philippines is one with everybody today in advocating for gender equality. Now, before we start, let us acknowledge our event partners who have strengthened the shared agenda with us and whom this event would not be complete without. So UP CIPAL Philippines would like to thank BAI Incorporated, FEU Department of International Studies, Lunas Collective, Sagip Babae Foundation, Sanggunian Commission on Anti-Sexual Misconduct and Violence, UP Center for Women's and Gender Studies, and UP Asian Center.
We also would like to recognize our media partners, Manila Bulletin, the Manila Collegian, Tanglao CDC, PUP The Catalyst, and the Adamson Chronicle.
Yes, welcome everyone to this public forum on leading safe spaces, the role of good governance in ending violence against women.
And of course, we are very delighted to welcome our in-person and virtual participants from various sectors.
So from the government, we welcome our participants from the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Science and Technology, DOST, PhilVox, DOST Pag-asa, DOST PICARD, or the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development.
And we also would like to welcome Quezon City Youth Development Office, Land Bank of the Philippines Resources and Development Corporation, and DSWD Central Office.
We also have attendees from non-government organizations and the academe. So let us recognize the presence of PAS, Welfare Association, protecting, advocating through services and support to survivors, Lunas Collective, the Asia Foundation.
Joining us also here are Far Eastern University, Sanggunian Commission on Anti-Sexual Misconduct and Violence, and Technological Institute of the Philippines. We also acknowledge the presence of CIPAL Honolulu via Zoom.
Thank you very much for your time and effort, and of course, dedication for us to gather and for this event. So we will recognize more of our attendees as we go along this forum.
Now, before we begin with the session, may we remind everyone to please observe silence while the discussions are going on. For our virtual participants, kindly mute your microphones. There will be a Q&A portion later in the event. So if you have questions or clarification to our speakers and panelists, you may reserve them for later session. As you can see, there are also booths of different organizations at the back. We encourage you to visit the booths to know more about our partner organizations advocacies during our break. Now, to officially open the event, may we call on the Director of the UP CIPAL Philippines, Dr. Michelle Palumbarit.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you all for coming to this event, for your time and efforts just to be here. It speaks really volume of your great interest in this topic on ending violence against women. UP CIPAL, as part of the CIPAL Global Network, which is composed of 30 international training centers for authorities and leaders around the globe, pursues the introduction and implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals at the local level. So equally important and unique among the other CIFAL centers, its thrust are on migration and gender equality. And today's event is just part of this. So as you can see, we have a full schedule for this afternoon. And I'm sure you're all excited to listen and talk with our impressive list of speakers and discussants. So I won't keep you long and I won't keep you waiting, really, as I myself am excited to hear from our experts as well. Again, thank you so much for coming and welcome everyone.
Thank you so much for that warm opening remarks, Dr. Michelle Palombarit. Also, we're supposed to hear a message directly from Ms. Maria Rosalyn Messina, who will speak on behalf of UN Women, the United Nations entity dedicated to gender equality and the empowerment of women. Ms. Messina is the current country program coordinator of UN Women Philippines. Unfortunately, she cannot come here today and discuss her message, but she left a message for all of us. So let me read the content of her message. As we commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, we do so at a time when we all are perhaps more acutely aware of violence against women and girls around the world than ever before. It happens everywhere, including and especially in the most sacred and safe spaces that we all should feel safe: our homes, communities, neighborhoods, and workplaces. As our ED in her address shared, the realities of the ubiquitous violence that women and girls endure in conflict extend to the home also. Today's report by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime and UN Women shows that more than 5 women or girls are killed every hour by someone in their family. And we are going backwards. Economic crisis, conflicts, and climate change all serve to add fuel to this fire. This is a crime against women and girls and the human family as a whole. We are suffering losses of income, productivity, and most promising talents and resources because of this, while we are not able to allocate proper resources to address it. Sa kabila ng pagkakaroon ng God budget na inaasahan para magamit sa maayos ng programa at pagpapatupad ng batas upang proteksyonan ang bawat kababaihan, iilan lamang ang tunay na naglalaan ng pondo at makabuluhang inisyatibo para sa mga gawaing tunay na nagsusulong ng kaligtasan ng bawat kaibabaihan saan man. It is really disheartening that in failing to invest and allocate resources for this, because we truly know what to do, reform and implement laws and multi-sectoral policies, ensure survivors have access to the services they need, scale up evidence-based prevention interventions, and hold perpetrators to account. But this will not happen by themselves. We must do what we always do when we recognize the gravity of an issue: allocate serious resources. Kailangan na po ng marubdob na pagkilos, kailangan na nating magalit at maningil. Kailangan na nating siguraduhin na ang mga batas at mga mekanismo para warakasan ang karahasan sa kababaihan ay tunay na magagamit at maaasahan ng bawat babae, ng bawat biktima. I sincerely hope that this afternoon session will touch on these things and approach the problem in a way that we all feel uncomfortable and that we all agree to work together and support each other's efforts and initiatives. It is time to get serious. We need to unlock resource and financing across different sectors, to track budget allocation, to do more gender-responsive budgeting, and to resource the crucial efforts of women's rights organizations who are at the front line of response and are crucial for policy change. Wala na pong palusot. We do not have any excuse anymore that we can use. We all have a role to play in ending gender-based violence. This must stop. Panahon na para tumaya sa mga gawain at aminin na ang karahasan sa kababaihan ay balakid sa kapayapaan at kaunlaran. It is time we fight all violence and its root causes. Gawin natin ito na magkakasama ngayon na.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And we thank Ms. Messina for that very powerful message. Given the current and new issues faced by society and the world, we must truly recognize the role and impact of women and the citizens, as well as good governance in the achievement of justice, prosperity, women empowerment, gender equality, and sustainable development. We must really push forward accountability and a transparent good governance so that we may make sure that all the laws and our programs and policies are directed to those who are in need. Yes. Okay, so before we start, and for the first part, we're going to discuss the status of gender-based violence in the Philippines. But before this, we would like to thank again our participants from DOST Cordillera Administrative Region, DOST Calabarzon, Metropolitan Waterworks and Sewerage System, Regulatory Office or MWSS, Commission on Population and Development.
We also have DSWD Cordillera Administrative Region, Bureau of Customs, Bureau of Customs Puerto Batangas,
Metropolis Asia Pacific Philippine Science High School System, the University of the Philippines Diliman,
De La Salle University, DepEd Lucrecia R. Casilag Senior High School, and Pamantasang Lungsod ng Maynila.
Thank you very much for your presence. Now to start, let me introduce our first speaker. She is the co-founder of Angat Bayi, Uplift Women, and holds the position of founding and co-executive director at Bayi Incorporated. Bayi is a non-profit organization that envisions an ecosystem of feminist leaders at the sub-national level through capacity building, mentoring, organizing, research, network building, and advocating for an alternative brand of leadership, working towards inclusion, equality, and justice. She was also selected as the first Filipino fellow in the Vital Voices Vivi Engage Fellowship Program. Currently, she is a fellow of Ashoka and the Global Governance Forums. So let us please welcome Ms. Himaya Tamayo.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Hindi pa po simula ng aking presentation, so wala po munang time. Magta-time din ako para. Yan, sige. So, good afternoon, magandang hapon, mayong hapon. Ma'am Michelle, former Rep. Emmy, Professor Ina Gacad, and distinguished guests, rainbow greetings to everyone. Friends and fellow advocates, allow me to use my guidance script so I just don't exceed on the time limit. Next slide. Before we dive into the discussion, I would like to warn everyone, including myself, that today's discussion can be triggering to some of us. We want this space as safe and empowering as possible. Please step out of the room if you need to, and I will not be offended. We also have the Lunas Collective here, and we are few meters away from UP Center for Women's and Gender Studies, where we can access and schedule counseling if needed. Next slide. Before I start, I invite you to take a moment and ponder upon this. Nung tumayo po kayo sa kama ngayon, from the moment you step outside your door to the time you set foot here, or even within the confines of your home, have you ever had to question your safety? Question the respect bestowed upon us? It's a daunting thought, isn't it? When I was younger, hindi pa uso ang Uber at Grab. Ako po ay tuwing umaga nag-iisip, sino na naman kaya ang manghaharas sa akin ngayon? Hindi naman po ito ibig sabihin that just because we now take Grab and Uber and no longer the tricycle, hindi na tayo exempted na tayo. We've heard of so many harassment, catcalling cases when we take public transport. And that's what we encounter in the country, across the world, each passing day. VOW and GBV is a glaring, unsettling global phenomenon that pervades all ethnicities, cultures, and society. None is an exception and no one is immune. Sabi nga sa Itbulaga, mula Apari hanggang Hulo, VOW and GBV persist as ubiquitous perpetrators against human rights, dignity, and safety. Pero lalayo pa ba tayo? Every day in our television, tulad ng Itbulaga, radyo, social media, we see a variety of harassment and sexism. Pili lang tayo, from a subtle sexist remarks to more glaring ones. Recent statistics give way to the universal nature of these violations. The Lancet publication said as 2021 marked the 30th anniversary of the campaign against GBV, VOW has become a global public health issue and one of the world's most prevalent human rights violation. According to WHO, 736 million women, almost 1 in 3, have been subjected to intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, or both at least once in their life. Ibig sabihin, sa kwartong ito, kung may nakikita tayong 3 kababaihan, isa doon ay nakaranas ng sexual violence. Next slide. Sa Pilipinas, we are not far from this global average. According to PSA, 1 in 4 Filipino women aged 15 to 49 experience physical, emotional, or sexual violence from their husband or partner. We all heard of that recent case of Catherine Camilon, or of that Pastor Michael Moreno of Caloocan, who have been violating a member of race sect since she was 15. Or the SBSI cult in Surigao, exposed and investigated by Senator Risa Ontiveros. Such figures lay bare the alarming prevalence of VOW and GBV and the soaring need for intervention. This deplorable situation was rightfully dubbed during the pandemic as the shadow pandemic, referring to the surge of VOW GBV that has intensified globally and was ignored. Isolation measures, along with increased stress levels and uncertainty, have led to an alarming increase in reported cases of domestic violence and abuse. The disruption of social networks, as well as decreased access to services, further exacerbate the situation. While PNP reported decline in VOW cases in 2020, COVID-19 pandemic lockdown restrictions have likely led to underreporting. Specifically, you can see here, I hope it's clear enough, PNP reported 15,553 VOW incidents in 2020. Pero alam natin, hindi lahat ng VOW incidences are reported. The trend of decreasing figures continued. However, contradicting data from other sources, I hope PCW is here, suggest a stark difference. Sila po ang nagsabi din na as the number of cases they received alone in PCW tripled during the same period. GBV VOW lurks in the corners of our homes, permeates intimate relationships, seeps into schools, fills the silence within public streets and spaces, and even penetrates politics and workplace. Si Rep. Emmy would attest to that. Next slide. But what is violence? We all know what violence is. Philosopher Bufacci, cited by Mona Lina Crook, says that violence is a violation of integrity in the wholeness of the self beyond physical violation. Ibig sabihin, merong psychological, mental, and emotional integrity violation. UN describes it as, di ko na papalawigin, alam natin lahat to, no? Directed at an individual or group of individuals based on their gender. That is gender-based violence. And it can happen to anyone based on their sex, gender, or sexuality. Ibig sabihin, including men, transgender, and non-binary people. Today, we gather here and observe the 18 days of activism dedicated to the eradication of GBV. Next slide. Wherein we honor the memory of the Mirabal sisters. On November 25, 1960, these courageous women were mercilessly assassinated for their activism and their identity as women. And their only crime is the struggle against oppressive regime of Rafael Trujillo in Dominican Republic. In acknowledgement, UN adopted the IDEVOW, which is on November 25, And now we are commemorating it here in the Philippines as 18 Days of Activism. Next slide. VOW is a form of gender-based violence rooted in gender inequality, abuse of power, and harmful norms. The term is primarily used to underscore the fact that structural gender-based power differentials place women and girls at risk for multiple forms of violence. It encompasses various forms. It will be discussed later. Physical, sexual violence. It can take a form of psychological violence and can also be the form of economic abuse, which manipulates or attempt to manipulate a woman into state of financial dependence. Survivors of VOW and GBV are primarily women and girls, but can include anyone affected due to their gender and non-conformant societal norms of gender roles. From different backgrounds, negligent of age, economic status, religion, ethnicity, etc., making it universal and transnational. Next slide. Luna's Collective, a feminist volunteer-powered chat helpline and care space for women and people of diverse sexuality experiencing GBV, has a publication describing representation of their storytellers or service users. And these are the archetypes that they've mentioned. Alex, a survivor of abuse, maybe single, maybe in bad relationship, and looking for ways to heal. And then we have Bea, young woman, survivor of abuse, or a person who needs help preventing or terminating mistimed pregnancies. Chris, mainly a supporter, but also maybe a survivor of abuse, and concern is for seeking help from Luna's Collective. Divine is a mother, survivors of abuse, and abuser is someone close to them, etc. You can read that up in the publication. This description shows that everyone can be victim and survivor of VOW and GBV, but intersectionality plays a huge role. Koresho talks about intersectionality. Next, please. It posits that people's experiences are shaped by the interplay of their social identities like gender, age, race, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, physical ability, etc. Recognizing things brings us to understand that the severity of violence one experiences is deeply intertwined with their identities or social categories, where multiple forms of discrimination are compounded. For example, an LGBTQIA individual, poor or differently abled woman, or indigenous woman or Muslim woman from Mindanao may face heightened levels of violence and discrimination, not just because she's a woman, but also because of her intersecting identities. While I've been asked to present statistics about GBV and VOW, these are factual data that you can readily find with a simple search. Instead, I'd like to highlight four particular issues that deserve our immediate attention and reflection. VOW and violence against women and girls is one of the ancient persistent problems that is sadly still prevalent on several key fronts. Next slide. First, let's talk about the rise of technology-facilitated VOW, GBV, and AI. Coinciding with the digital revolution, we are witnessing an insidious escalation of online harassment, stalking, and non-consensual image sharing. For instance, advanced AI technology permitted the creation of disturbingly accurate deepfakes used to exploit or harm individuals, often women. And we must combat this by advocating for ethical solutions and bolstering digital literacy. UN Women defines it as technology-facilitated GBV or online GBV as harmful acts committed, assisted, or amplified by digital tools which disproportionately affect women and girls. Next slide. The Foundation for Media Alternatives has tracked 686 OGBV cases in the Philippines since 2012. You can access this also online. It has mapped OGBV cases, and the common forms would be non-consensual production or dissemination of intimate images or videos, threats of violence or blackmail, physical and sexual abuse, etc. It spread across the national or the country. The perpetrators are usually men and boys or having known relations with the victim survivor. FMA added that this does not paint a complete picture as GBV cases often go unreported due to victim survivors' fear of social sanctions, the normalization of violence within households, and weak mechanism in accessing justice are some of the reasons of not accessing justice. Official data on violence facilitated through technology is even more challenging to track down due to the lack of readily available information. Next slide. Simultaneously, we must not overlook the intersectionality between GBV, VOW, and another critical global issue, climate change. Women, particularly those in vulnerable and low-income communities, bear the brunt of climate-related catastrophes. In the aftermath of natural disasters, there is an observed rise in violence against women and girls. Violence in this context morphs into a tool for exerting control and power when traditional societal structures are shattered. In one of our research studies with Oxfam International, Philippine Women Local Humanitarian Leadership, one of the women leaders observed how gay and transgendered people are often bullied in evacuation centers, citing how conservative ideas regarding gender and sexuality still permeate in the community. Another issue is how GBV and VOW consistently poses an additional layer of threat to girls' and women's safety and well-being in regions of overt conflict and unrest, such as in Mindanao, what's happening in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and Myanmar, and other countries. The conflict, instability, and displacement exacerbate women's vulnerability and magnify the existing structural inequalities. In such environments, women and girls are frequently subject to physical and sexual violence, including rape as a weapon of war, forced marriage, and trafficking, often carried out in impunity due to breakdowns, again, of judicial and societal structures. Beyond this, peace-building processes often overlooks women's needs and perspectives, diminishing their roles, contributions, and demands for justice, thus perpetuating the cycle of inequality and violence. In 2022 State of the Bangsamoro Women Address, the chair of Bangsamoro Women Commission, Hadja Bainon Caron, talks about women in Bangsamoro witnessing endless cycle of violence that led to large-scale displacement and harm to lives and livelihoods over the past 40 years. She added, women, especially in contexts of conflict and natural disasters, are often seen as commodities leading to exploitative practices, often initiated, sadly, by their male relatives. During the Marawi siege, some women are being sexually exploited and subsequently forced into marriage to avoid community shame. Next slide. Lastly, last issue that I want to discuss is the political landscape. And I'm so glad that Rep. Emmy is here to discuss it further later in the panel discussion. It plays a significant role in influencing attitudes towards GBV and VOW. We witness the rising global wave of right populist leaders who propagate sexist ideologies. Take, for example, the case of Brazil, Bolsonaro's administration. I hope you've heard about him. We have witnessed how his infamous sexist remarks, which have incited considerable outrage in Brazil, highlight a larger global problem. This attitude allowed to prevail in positions of power, risk normalizing sexism and violence, sending the wrong message to societies worldwide. Hi, ma'am. Indeed, violence does not discriminate. Even the most powerful women can be victims. Again, wag na po tayong lalayo. Dito na lang sa Pilipinas. It was alarming to witness a sitting senator in our country become the subject of such abuse, targeted by none other than the individual holding the highest position in the land. Next slide. Violence against women in politics is relatively a new emerging concept. Mona Lina Crook has introduced this in her book from 3 years ago, but this problem has long been existing. We did not have a name for it then. It was called a problem with no name. In the past few decades, women from different continents, Latin America, in Bolivia, South Asia, Africa, Kenya, have been discussing this already. But only recently that its existence was acknowledged and were able to put a name on it when women from global north tackled the issue. The common issue was there is somehow a form of harassment and resistance in other countries, even assassination, to women's political participation just because they are women. Violence, VAUP, is a pressing issue that significantly impacts democracy and politics. VAUP is primarily identity-based, targeting women due to their gender identity. It is driven by patriarchal imperatives and is an instrument of subjugation designed to impair, discredit, and dissuade women from participating in politics, maintaining the supremacy of patriarchal norms and the existing power structures. Although political violence is acknowledged to have detrimental impacts on the democratic processes, particularly threatening the integrity of electoral processes, unfortunately, such costs are often overlooked when it comes to violence against women in politics. These costs are wrongfully considered as the price women have to pay to enter leadership spaces. The IPU, or Interparliamentary Union, Research on Sexism, Harassment, and VAUP, and identified key forms of such violence. And it's very similar to what we have been discussing earlier: physical, psychological, sexual, and economic violence. Psychological violence ranks highest among these forms. A less discussed but potent aspect is the semiotic violence, using words and images, next slide please, to degrade, next slide, to degrade women and demean women in public life. Sorry, nauna na pala yan. This includes gender disinformation and fake news campaigns targeted towards discrediting and delegitimizing women's political credibility, designed to portray women as incompetent or undeserving, steeped in patriarchal stereotypes that question their capacity for leadership. In the Philippines, women politicians and aspirants face similar harassment, intimidation, and even physical violence daily. Nakita natin sa social media, when we try to counter fake news, we are being attacked hanggang umaabot sa gusto mo bang ma-rape. Nakalanas ba kayo niyan? When you try to correct fake news at inaaway ka na lang ng troll na kausap mo. So in the Philippines, this is a tall road paved with patriarchal barriers that makes women's political journey to leadership and staying in power exceedingly challenging, something that the men do not experience. In these complex realms of technology, climate change, women, peace and security, and politics, GBV VOW finds new insidious routes for manifestation. To tackle these issues, our solutions must be intersectional, creative, and radical, matching the multifarious nature of violence they seek to uproot. At the root of this is power. Such violations arise from deeply entrenched power structures and long-standing patriarchal societal norms that deem women inferior. This belief that a certain segment of the population, and usually men, are entitled to access and control women and women's bodies anytime. Consequently, it conditions girls and women from birth to conform to prescribed societal gender roles. The attempt for us to diverge from these expectations or exercise our control over our own bodies is met with punishment and guilt. Hopefully, right now we have a clear understanding of this. I don't want to end in a low note. So what can we do? The answer is deeply rooted in an unwavering determination, collective mobilization, and strategic alliances. Many advocates, feminists, and the foremothers of real women's rights movement have embraced the battle, carving better paths for us, translating their fight into robust laws and ordinances, organizing community initiatives, and fostering invaluable partnerships. Slide 16, survivor-centered psychosocial support, such as Luna's Collective, offer much-needed empathy and guidance to victims. Even the establishment of GBV VOW hotlines through the 911 emergency number and local hotlines is commendable. Inclusive shelters and protection centers were made possible when QC, which Ma'am will talk about later, Ma'am Sandy, set up a Quezon City Women and LGBTQIA Protection Center and is now a model center for all LGUs. Next slide. Data-driven reporting mechanisms like the Quezon City Harmonized Data System, CHR Bawal Bastos Portal, and the Safe City app provide concrete evidence to our policy-making bodies and inform strategic interventions in addressing the problem. Next slide. Even amidst the pandemic, champions like our Bayi Fellows have progressively, and Ma'am Emmy here, put forward effective ordinances and laws. Together with advocates, they crafted and legislated a gender-based violence response mechanism and protocol, teenage pregnancy prevention, and elimination of OSAEC, online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, during the pandemic in less than a year simultaneously in several cities and municipalities, where during that time we were implementing community quarantines. This speedy policy reform at the subnational level across the country in a very short time is unprecedented in the women's movement. Local governance and male allies play indispensable role as well by its experience in tapping male adolescents and men for the Safe City Philippine chapter is remarkable, shifting the narrative towards and creating models of men becoming allies against violence. Philippine Commission on Women has started this initiative when it established the network of MOVE, Men Opposing Violence and Exploitation. These are only a few of initiatives and interventions implemented by our government, the CSOs and other stakeholders to end violence and GBV. Our responsibility does not end here. We have more work and commitment to pledge in handling the shadow pandemic and now the different forms of GBV and VOW. The path ahead requires us to constantly challenge the status quo, to nurture our sisterhood, and exercise our influence in our relationships, homes, and workplaces. Let's bookend this talk with these words: power, autonomy, consent, and pleasure. Feminist narrative clearly articulates the fundamental need for change, a shift towards body autonomy, empowered consent, and liberty for guiltless pleasure. We should make autonomy and consent the first concepts our children learn and organize ourselves around pleasure. Prof. Ina will talk about that later. Normalizing the concept of consent often seems foreign to us, but it is very critical to teach our children of all gender, not only young girls, as early as possible. Additionally, our dream in Bayi, and I hope yours too, is to do things and perform our work with pleasure. May it be motherhood, parenthood, our profession, our passion, our public service. Sitting here and listening to me should be a pleasurable experience, or maybe not. You can step out of the room, of course, but I'm almost at the end. Okay. sorry, I missed the last page. But together with normalizing consent and pleasure, we should also normalize calling out perpetrators, even those in position of power. It is also our dream that women in power and young women leaders are able to call out perpetrators, even if he is the sitting president, without the fear of losing their political capital or losing in the next election. More importantly, we should reclaim power not only for ourselves, but for everyone else at the margins. We leave no one behind. This is best achieved if we step out there and take up space. We cannot just call for a 50-50 representation. We have to muster the courage to seize power, run for office, and take leadership position. A quotation from one of my favorite books by Clarissa Pincola Estes. I hope you've read this book, Women Who Run with the Wolves. We should go out in the woods, go out. If we don't go out in the woods, nothing will ever happen, and our lives will never begin. If there are brave women and feminists out there who will dare to go out in the woods, please support them because they need it. We believe that being able to elect feminist leaders in Bayi would be a decisive step towards building communities where we could walk the streets at night or daytime without fear, where our children could freely choose whom to love and not be punished for it, and where we could enjoy life's pleasure without being made to feel guilty. In this battle, no effort is too small, no step is insignificant. It starts with you, with me, with all of us together, acknowledging and addressing the unique struggles of each one of us. Our collective action should encapsulate the diversity of experiences, ensuring that every woman or every person in every pocket of our society is seen, is heard, and is protected. Recognizing the various dimensions of individual experiences is an acknowledgement that each story is different and every fight is distinct, but all are significant for us to understand and to advocate for. Together, we build a better world free from violence, from within our bodies to across nations. Let me leave you with RBG's famous quotes: real change, enduring change happens one step at a time. So we should learn to fight for the things that we care about, but we should do it in a way that we will lead others to join us. May we live to see the future we dream of. Thank you, and let's walk this path enlightened, empowered, and unvanquished. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you so much for that very insightful talk, Ma'am Maya. I think there are a lot of things that we learned from the talk of Ma'am Maya. And I think just to give some I think the most important things that I learned from it is, first of all, violence against women happens in every space. Like it does not happen in simple places, but also in different scenarios in different sectors. Like there's a women suffering, for example, in calamities, in politics, and even, for example, in the most progressive institution and spaces. And I think because that violence against women is intersectional, it also require an intersectional solution that should come not only from the individual level, but also from the community and from the system itself. Like I think there's a really famous quote that says that we cannot say that women are liberated as long that there is one woman suffering, for example, in genocide, in calamities, in environmental degradation, or even, for example, in institution like this. That's why we have to call on for a very inclusive action and feminist response to these cases.
Yes, Vincent, I completely agree. And of course, given the current, like the evolving world that we have today in terms of technology and everything, we face different challenges and different issues every day. And we would like to thank Ms. Maya for that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. And moving forward, and to discuss the Philippine laws and programs on ending violence against women, joining us is Ms. Sandra Montano. Miss Sandra Montano is the consultant of Quezon City Protection Center for Victims of Gender-Based Violence and Abuse. And she was the first chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women in 2020. She was also named as one of the 100 most influential Filipino women in the world by Filipino Women Network in 2016, trailblazing the program of Cheers Relief Mission in the Asia Pacific Economic Corporation region. So let us give a warm welcome to Miss Sandra Montano.
God day po sa ating lahat. Good afternoon and thank you for the generous introduction. It's very hard to be the next speaker after Miss Maya. Let's give a round of applause to Miss Maya. When I was enrolled in Bayi, Miss Maya would give us continuous inspiration and support because during those time we were in Zoom. Nagkita-kita na lang po kami nung aming graduation. But you know, if you are on women empowerment, those things that you can do within the circles of your home, within the comfort of your home, can be expanded and can be felt throughout not only the Philippines but the world. And I'm so happy to see Sir Ricky here. Okay, itong mga loves ko to Move, Men Oppose Violence Everywhere. Ayan, i-discuss nyo rin. My staff prepared, I think, 3 hours PowerPoint presentation, but I was only given 20 minutes according to Ma'am Michelle. And sino pa ba yung hindi makakakilala sa mga Gabriela, di ba? Ma'am Emmy De Jesus, oo. At saka, thank you for this afternoon's event because really it makes us so grounded that there's a lot of initiatives and policy law that's being crafted by the different organizations, especially the government. So if I could start right now. So when we talk about related law, ilan po yung alam ninyong mga batas na natin na natapos na? Okay, at alam niyo po ba kung ilang taon na po ang Philippine Commission on Women? Philippine Commission on Women is already 48 years old. Yan. Yung iba po, pag sinabing PCW, ay Gabriela. Parang gano'n, oo. Parang ano siya, synonymous twinning, buying pa ngayon, di ba? So yun. So, I would like to discuss, next slide please. I would like to discuss the first law that was crafted during the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or the CEDAW. This is the Bill of Rights for Women. Okay, saan po ba ito? Anong definition nito? It's very comprehensive. It addresses women's human rights because women's rights are human rights. Yun. Marami pa akong nakikitang mga familiar faces pero mamaya na lang po tayo magsi-selfie. Ayun. Okay, so next is 1987. There is this Philippine Constitution wherein the value and dignity of every human person that guarantees full respect of human rights. This is according to the Article 2, Section 11. Okay, Section 14, Article 2. Okay, next. Ayan. Kung may exam tayo ngayon, ito po ang mga kailangan nyong intindihin. At kailangan nyo pong isa-puso. Okay, first is we have the Republic Act 9710, which is the MCW, Magna Carta of Women. MCW is also, nung time po ni Duterte, is Make Change for Women. Make Change for Women. May ibig sabihin pa yung change. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng change? Yung makakaalam po mamaya, bibigyan ko ng regalo. My free wellness treatment, facial treatment sa aking wellness center. Malapit lang dito. May commercial pang ganun, ano? Okay, next is we have the Republic Act 7877, which is the Anti-Sexual Harassment Law. And then Republic Act 8353, Anti-Rape Law. 8505, Rape Victim Assistance and Protection Act. Republic Act 995, Anti-Photo and Video Voyeurism. Republic Act 9775, Anti-Child Pornography Act of 2009, which is this is the 9775, and then the 9208, Anti-Trafficking in Person, and two landmark law that was crafted is very well known is Republic Act 113, 13, which is the Safe Spaces Act. And of course, ano po ba yung campaign natin ngayon? To end the 18-day campaign to end violence against women and children. This is Republic Act 9262. Okay, tapos na ako. Ayun. Ayun. Ano po ba yung Magna Carta of Women? Kailan po ba nalimbag yon? Sinong presidente po ang nag-sign po noon? Okay, 3 o'clock I have a meeting with her. That's why I'm so excited to share to you this landmark law because ito yung Biblia ng ating mga kababaihan. Magna Carta of Women is 9710. It's recognition, protection, and fulfillment and promotion of the rights of Filipino women, especially those belonging to the marginalized sectors of the society. If you can see the website of Philippine Commission on Women, there are 12 sectors. It's called marginalized. They are the PWD, ano pa po? Indigenous, senior citizen, Ma'am Ems, senior citizen daw, 'di ba? Ayun. Kung lahat ng senior citizen kasing groovy ni Chair Ems, 'di ba? Hindi yan marginalized, okay? And so on and so forth. There are 12 sections or sectors that's representing PCW, and each sector, each marginalized group has its own commissioners, board of commissioners. Ayun. Okay? So, noong August 14, anong year po 'yon? Sinong presidente noon? Very good. Okay, may regalo ka mamaya kay Sir Ricky. T-shirt, may pa-t-shirt ka Sir Ricky ng Move. Oh, meron daw. Oh, yan. It's PGMA who crafted, and the chairperson during that time is Chairperson Mirna Yao. So together, how long na or gaano na katagal, ilang taon na ang MCW, Magna Carta of Women? Dalaginding na siya. 14 years. 14 years na. It was crafted August 14 years ago. Mag-compute kayo. Alam mo kaya ako nag-nursing kasi mahina ako sa math. Kaya kayo na lang po mag-compute. Ayun. So, all government agency, non-government, GOCC, LGU. So, bakit ganon? Marami pa ring bawsik considering the facts, Sir Ricky, di ba, na ang daming batas. Di ba, Mamaya, ang daming batas, especially there's Gabriela, there's Angat Bayi, there's a lot of women organization that's really protecting and advocating women empowerment. Ano sa palagay ninyo? Last 15 minutes. Okay. Ayun. So, next. After ng MCW or Magna Carta of Women, Make Change Work for Women, we have the next one is the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act of Republic Act 7877. Puntahan natin yan. Okay. Ano ba yung sinasabi dito? Anti-Sexual Harassment Act. Ito yung unwanted. Ito yung sexual conduct, sexual advances, request for sexual favors, other non-verbal sex, okay? Written or non-written, di ba? Parang sinasabi nila sa mga colleges, universities, di ba? Anong gusto mo? Pasa ka or hindi ka papasa? Okay, ano may word sila doon di ba? Anong gusto mo? 4 or kwarto? Something like that. And we hope na hindi na po nangyayari yan ngayon. Okay, so next law is we have the Republic Act 8753. Ano yung 8753? This is the anti-rape law. Okay, ang daming mga batas. Okay, I can leave this presentation to you so you can really, ma-internalize nyo. Kulang ba tayo sa implementation? Ang galing lang natin gumawa ng batas katulad ng DRRMO and DRRMC, di ba? Parang wow, talagang pinapalakpakan tayo sa mga batas natin when it comes to disaster management, relief operations, but every time na may disaster, parang nagre-react na lang tayo. So we hope with all these initiatives that we are doing, we will find a way, we will be the solution, we will make change, work for women talaga, okay? So propose of rape crisis centers, okay, through the Republic Act 8505 na po tayo. Okay, yung Republic Act 8505, the LGU, PCW, and all government instrumentalities propose that there should be a rape crisis center. Okay, have you seen a rape crisis center or a center wherein you go there in case kayo ay biktima ng anong karahasan? Halfway house, is there a place? Who is Quezon City citizen here? Ayan, okay. We're so proud, di ba, Miss Maya? We're so proud that here in Quezon City, we have the Bahay Kanlungan, BK. And we also have the Quezon City Protection Center wherein I'm one of the consultants. So doon po pinaprocess po natin lahat. Kasi di ba, yung regular lang, like pag vowsy or rape case, pupunta ka sa barangay. Diba? I mean, the shame, yung mahihiya ka na pupunta ka para sabihin, nakikinig lahat, ang daming Marites, Marisol, whatever, di ba? So, yung ginagawa po natin ngayon sa Quezon City, you can go either in BK or you can go in Quezon City Protection Center and we can process everything. So, pupunta na po yung lawyer, pupunta yung police, pupunta yung, mayroon na pong check-up doon. So, in case that you are raped talaga, di ba? Kasi minsan, after a couple of hours, hindi na yung fresh yung semen. So, sayang yung medical legal. Ayun. So, kailangan ba pag na-rape ka, takbo ka kaagad? Of course, it's urgent, okay? So that is the Republic Act. Next Republic Act is the Anti-Photo and Video Voyeurism, okay, which is 9995. Ano naman po ito? Example, nag-love making yung partners and then without the consent, vinidyo niya and then gagawin niyang pang bait, di ba? O kung ikaw makipaghiwalay sa akin ngayon, papakita ko, i-upload ko to mga video pictures natin that doing this sexual act or whatever. So masisira yung yung credibility, yung public image mo, so on and so forth. So if you are in that dilemma, then please contact us. Yan. So the images of the private area without a consent and so on and so forth, okay? So what are the rights in the Anti-Child Pornography Act of 2009, which is the Republic Act 9775, definition of child or children under Republic Act 9775, okay? Sometimes, problema natin, kasi po sa Philippine National Police Advisory Board po tayo. Minsan sabi nila, alam mo, Ma'am Sans, minsan it's the parents or the relatives who would like them to join this. Kasi nga sabi nila, bakit ka maghintay ng ganitong opportunity samantalang magpakita lang ng magharap lang sa computer, meron na siyang $100. So mga gano'n. So until such time that we're able to see na sometimes it's already an industry na minsan yung iba nalulure sila because of money, which is hindi po dapat nating ginagawa yon. So, right to be protected for their moral, spiritual, intellectual, emotional, psychological, social being, and it guarantees fundamental rights to each child in a forms of neglect, cruelty, conditions prejudicial to his or her own development. So, in case po na mayroon pong ganong kayong kapitbahay, pwede niyo pong ipag-alam kaagad sa ating police o sa VAUSI o kaya kung nandito kayo sa Quezon City Protection Center, just call a friend. Okay? Or the 911 emergency hotline. Okay, next. Ano pa po yung ating pag-usapan? Last 10 minutes. Yan. Anti-trafficking in person, Republic Act 9208, which is recruitment, obtaining, hiring, providing, offering, transportation, transfer, maintaining, harboring, or receipt of person with or without the victim's consent or knowledge with and across national borders. Okay? You remember yung bantay bata ng ABS-CBN? That's very effective, di ba? Kasi ito yung ating pinoprotektahan, yung human trafficking ng mga bata. Okay, next. We also have the Safe Spaces Act, which is the Republic Act 11313. Ano po ba yung sinasabi sa Safe Spaces Act? Saan po ba ito? Ito po ay pwedeng mangyari sa eskwelahan. Okay? Paano siya? Safe Spaces Act can be done in DepEd, TESDA, CHED. Okay? So ito po yung mga areas of workplaces or schools wherein street, public space, online, workplace, educational training institutions. So yun po yung yun ating Republic Act 11313 or the Safe Spaces Act. Okay? Ano po ba yung sinasabi niya? Ito yung mga crime na pwedeng gawin. Okay? Pag sa mall, pag sa parking lot, pag sa bar, sabi nila doon ka nagtatrabaho kaya hindi yon kasama Safe Spaces Act. Kasama po yan. If you are working kahit saan, alley, street, public parks, schools, buildings, malls, bars, restaurant, transportation terminals, kahit po pedicab, ano pa ba yung tawag nila, tricycle, sakop po yan ng ating Safe Spaces Act. Pag pumunta ka sa palengke, hinipuan ka or sinipulan ka, public markets, private public markets, malls, kaya sa Ayala yan or SM or All Mall, okay, spaces used as evacuation centers. Example po, nagkaroon ng disaster, ng calamity, nandun po kayo ngayon sa evacuation center at may nang-harass po sa inyo. Kasama po ba yun sa Safe Spaces Act? Yes or no? Yes, kasama po yun. And of course, government office. Hindi po pwedeng, if you want to be promoted, ang daming cases ngayon. So please, shout out po tayo sa lahat, okay? So public space, okay? Gender-based sexual harassment, okay? Who are the implementing bodies? Of course, we have the ILG, MMDA, PNP, and the local government unit. Okay, maraming penalty. So, kung yung mga Safe Spaces Act natin na yan, sa workplace, kung saan man, pwede din po ba yun sa online? Kasama po ba yung gender-based online sexual harassment? GBOSH, okay? Can you please put that? Okay. Alam nyo, ang galing natin may fine. Kaya lang sa totoo lang, minsan sabi nila, wala naman talagang nakukulong kasi minsan nagsisettle na lang. But you really have to fight for your right, women and girls. Okay. So what is gender-based online sexual harassment? This is typical online. Yun nga yung sinabi natin kanina, physical, psychological, and emotional threats, unwanted, sexual, misogynistic, transphobic, homophobic, and sexist remarks and comments online, whether publicly or through direct and private messages. Nag-post ka sa Facebook mo, may nag-comment, na-screenshot mo yon. Kung ano nung pinagsasabi sa'yo, pwede yon sa Safe Spaces Act ng gender-based online sexual harassment. Okay? So, there's a lot of penalty. Now we go to okay, the next slide. Okay. We go now to gender-based sexual harassment in education. Pag sinabing education, mula sa DepEd hanggang sa TESDA, hanggang sa CHED, at hanggang sa kung ano pa yung postgraduate courses natin. Basta may involved na ganun. Okay. Last 5 minutes. Okay. And then, we encourage all government agency or instrumentality that one of their solution is to set up CODI. Ano ang CODI natin? Anyone who know CODI? Committee on Decorum and Investigation. Ayan. Kasi pag school, di ba, malayo naman ang barangay, malayo ang PNP, so may CODI tayo kaagad. Doon ipaprocess yon. Sino ang may CODI sa school nila? Or sa office nila? Ayon. It could be in office, in barangay. Dapat lahat may CODI. Yan. Okay, next. We know for a fact that when we talk about VAUSI, there's a lot of elements, physical, sexual, psychological, economical, mental, and so on and so forth. So psychological, it means the emotions. That's why we have some problem on mental health. Verbal is yung literally sinasabi niya sa'yo, di ba? I mean, those words na minsan hindi mo masikmura. Okay? And then emotional. Kaya minsan sabi nila, okay naman siya, physically okay siya, bakit bigla siyang nagpakamatay? Bigla siyang nag-breakdown because of emotional problem. And then the physical and economic. Minsan ang economic sa mga mag-asawa, di ba? Hindi nagsisend ng ng financial support yung yung partner hanggang sa na out of school youth na yung anak niya. So yun. So ang laki ng effect ng VAUSI. Kaya ito yung talagang campaign natin. Yung iba, they have 16 days of activism. Dito naman sa atin sa Pilipinas, we have the 18-day campaign to end violence against women and children. At para po ma-stop na po talaga ang violence, ang mga kalalakihan na kailangan mag-move. Diba? Men oppose violence everywhere. Okay? And the good news is, 911, sinabi kanina ni Ms. Maya, yes, during our term as the chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women, sabi ng PNP Chief, Chair, the good news is, ang konti po ng VAUSI cases natin. Okay, that's in reporting by documentation. Why? Kaya po konti kasi isa-isang pamilya, isa lang ang pwedeng lumabas, di ba? So what if ang pwedeng lumabas yung asawa, yung lalaki, yung babae, bugbog sarado 24 hours naging punching bag siya. Kasi tumataas yung yung pressure between partners, husband and wife. So natitira lang siya doon. Si husband ang nakakalabas. So dumating yung point na in reality, there is what we call the global pandemic. The reality is there is a shadow pandemic, and that is the gender-based violence, the intimate partner violence, and the violence against women and children. Ang daming hindi po na-i-report, pero naka-upload sa Facebook, nasa online, at ang dami pong talagang na-depress. Yun. Because of that, we initiated a program with the Commission on Human Rights, the ILG. Ang nagpondo po nito, thank you so much, the Asia Foundation. Sila po nagpondo ng training at saka yung capacity building. And PCW, you can now call 911 emergency hotline at darating po yung ambulansya para pick upin kayo to check and so you can be placed in a safer place. Kasi dati, di ba, kailangan pumunta ka sa barangay. Hindi nga tayo makapunta. Yung mga police naman, busy sila sa sa pag-triage. So yon. Okay, so those are the initiatives that we were able to do during those times. And then, okay, next. Last two slides. Okay, last 2 minutes na ako. Okay, so again, we are united to end violence against women and girls. And I would like to share to you my ABC in life. Okay, yan. Sa ABC, okay, during the time that I was growing up, kid, my mother told me about A as in apple, B as in banana, di ba? Pag tinuturuan tayo ng C as in carrot, D as in dog, okay. During this time that I'm matured enough or ako'y nanay na at ako'y isa sa mga nag-advocate ng women empowerment, we must have our ABC. A is audit yourself, assess yourself. What capacity, what skills do I have? What are the things that I would like to do? Kasi sabi nila, ay matanda na ako, may edad na ako, hindi na ako mag-online yan, hindi na ako mag-training ng mga Krav Maga o kaya mga self-defense. No. It would make you more active. At reverse aging po yan. Okay, so audit, you have to assess yourself. Then letter B, build your network. Building your network is going to online class, joining in different organization that women and men can do basic solutions. Yon, isa sa mga very proud ako nung time po na pandemic, 4 po yung aking binild na na skills ko. I've enrolled in Angat Bayi for the women empowerment training, and then I've enrolled in naturopathy in the Department of Health, naturopathy medicine. I enrolled in Philippine Air Force. So I'm now a reservist. And I finished the course in Israel for 2 weeks ng gender-based violence. So there was a time na umiyak ako. Sabi ko, do I need this? Bakit ko pinapunish yung sarili ko? But that's part of building yourself. And then letter C, after that, then you collaborate. Mag-collaborate kayo, mag-partner kayo. You can do things a lot. You can do a lot of things when you are working together. Don't compete. Just collaborate, cooperate, and then develop your network, because your network is your net worth. So sino yung mga friends mo? Katulad yan, friend ko si Miss Maya, friend ko si Chair Emmy, di ba? Tumataas ang network mo. Ikaw ang friend mo lang yung mga hindi naman, di ba? Basta kung friend natin mga chill sa barangay, yung mga nagiinom, okay pa rin yun, di ba? Pero tayo ang magtaas ng kanilang level, di ba? Boss, pwede ba pag uminom ka, sa bahay na lang, and then matulog ka na, hindi yung nag-iingay ka dyan ngayon. And then, letter E, enabling environment. We can do a lot now with the technology, with the time that we have, and with the transformation of the world that has given us. And of course, forward-looking. Ako personally, I don't need a title, I don't need a position, I don't need a rank to continue my advocacy, because lagi nating sinasabi na if you have the passion to help, kahit nasan ka, kahit wala kang resources, if you will follow the ABCDEF, then things would go on. Okay, I would like to leave with you my tagline. Remember, women are beautiful beyond pressure and powerful beyond measure. Thank you and magandang hapon po.
Hello. Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Sandy, for that very informative talk, and specifically for highlighting the significance of gender responsive policies and programs in combating GBV and achieving gender equality, as well as promoting women empowerment. And I think to tie in with the previous presentation of Ms. Maya, the importance of knowing one's right, the importance of information, and agencies advocating and mga tumutugon sa survivors ng GBV. Okay, so moving forward.
Okay, so we will now have a short question and answer portion. To prepare, we will be entertaining 2 to 3 questions from our audience, both in person and online. Without further ado, may we invite our speakers on the stage. To our in-person participants, please line up near the microphone and state your name first and affiliation before your question. For our virtual participant, kindly raise your hand first and wait for your name to be called.
Yes, so the floor is now open. May we invite Ms. Maya and Ms. Sandy? Sige ba?
Sinusundo na po ako.
Okay, the
Yes.
floor is now open.
Question.
Yes.
Hello. Good day po. I am Joseph Glenn Payosing po from Barangay Pansol Youth Organization. I'm also currently studying at Philippine Normal University, Manila. Meron po akong question since I am a youth representative po from our barangay. And meron po akong dalawang questions po, which is una, what are the roles of youth po to ensure that they are involved in ending violence against women, especially in their own communities? Ayun po, yung unang kong tanong ay what are the roles of youth po to ensure that they are involved in ending violence against women, especially in their communities po. Tapos yung pangalawa ko naman po, usong-uso rin po kasi sa mga kababaihan and members of LGBTQIA+, especially in high school students, that currently receiving sexual and homophobic chat messages from their classmates, staffs in schools, and at worst, teachers po, even in mismong educational institutions or sa mga high school institutions po. What does the DepEd and the local government took action po about this? Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po.
Ang sasagutin ko yung first question mo, okay? What are the role of the youth like you in ending violence against women and children? Okay, so we have the 18-day campaign. I would like you to join the MOVE organization. Why? Because that is the basic instrumentality that we really can work on. Siguro naman hindi lang 18-day campaign sa Ricky, di ba? It's a whole year-round program. And you have to wear mga di ba? Kasi pag youth, yan di ba? Gusto nyo yappy, ganyan. Katulad ko, di ba? Naka-wear ako ng orange shoes. O di ba? Kasi nga ang Bausi is orange. So, dapat maganda kayo, stop violence. Tapos kayo din, kung may mga girlfriend, boyfriend kayo, you have to love them. You have to give due respect. And if in case nakita nyo na yung nanay nyo, yung tatay nyo nag-aaway, and then you share to them that, there's a campaign. At least 18 days ceasefire muna yung pag-aaway niyo, di ba? So yun, kailangan kayo ang mag-influence, kayo ang mag-make ng change sa bahay, sa community, at sa inyo mismo. Because di ba may mga stereotyping sa gender-sensitive training, Ms. Mai, di ba? Yung stereotyping na yung lalaki, macho, yung lalaki, ganyan. Let's stop. Kaya nga dito sa Quezon City, di ba, may commercial ulit ako. Si Mayor Joe namimigay ng bisikleta. Let's stop the cycle of violence. Ayun. Thank you.
Pangalawa po.
Sige. So actually, yung first question niyo po, gusto ko sanang sabihin na baka ikaw po ang pwedeng sumagot. Una, kailangan kasi yung role at yung commitment galing sa puso eh. Diba? When we talk about transformative leadership or governance or activism, for example, it has to start from oneself, no? Trying to deconstruct the power structures and hierarchies. You have to walk the talk. So for allies, tinanong din kasi ako nito sa isang question when I was in an event last week na how do I look at allies, male allies, in terms of supporting women. And my thought is we welcome male allies. We have to engage with men. But I hope that the allyship and the support is not lip service. So if you are in a space where there are women and you are an ally, give them the spotlight and practice, walk the talk. When you're at home, when you're in your personal relationships, and when you are in school, at kung may partner ka na, sa partner mo rin, no? So medyo mahirap siya kasi these are socially conditioned sa atin, no? So we can start from there, and then collective action will come, no? With all the values and principles that we hold dear, of course, no? In terms of power distribution, in terms of mindfulness, survivor-centered care and assistance that you're giving to whoever's asking for your help. What's the second question? What the government can do?
Yes po, about sa mga women po and the members of LGBT, especially po sa high school students as they currently receiving sexual and homophobic chat messages kasi usong-uso po, especially po sa and also very prevalent na din po kasi yung mga videos na involving high school students. Then magugulat na lang po kami. Kinabukasan po, mayroong magchat-chat na, ay, may mga ganito na naman po mga trending, which is very threatening po. Kasi, especially po sa youth and many po sa nila na na-involved, nalalaman po namin kung sino po yung mga involved ay under 18 years of age. So, kaya po rin siya natanong. And actually din po, yung sa youth din po, kaya ko po siya natanong kasi some of our members po, yung concluding po namin ng Sangguniang Kabataan, in our barangay po kasi, dominated po, nagulat po kami, dominated po yung Sangguniang Kabataan po namin ng women. From chairman, tas 6 po na babae. Isa lang po ang lalaki. So, kaya po natanong ko din po kasi baka po meron po kaming masuggest na about sa ending violence against women, especially dominated po yung council ng women. And naniniwala po kami sa kayaan. Kaya po, although sila din po, nagkakaroon din po ng collaborative po na nagtatanong din po sila sa mga colleagues po nila and at the same time sa mismong mga partners po ng communities na ano po ba yung dapat na gawin, especially sa Committee on Gender and Development.
Oo. So, actually, hindi surprising yung domination. Yung na-dominated ang barangay, BSK ng women. Data will show you that as you go up the ladder and you expand influence and have power, bumababa, nagdi-decrease yung participation ng women. So pagdating sa konsehal, marami talaga sa barangay level at sanggunian kababaihan. Pagdating sa konsehal, bumababa siya. Pagdating sa mayor, bumababa lalo siya. Pagdating sa Congress at sa Senado at sa presidente, bumababa din siya. At hindi rin dahil babae ay okay na, no? Our elected officials, our political leaders should have substantial agenda, women's progressive agenda that they carry with them. Kasi we have, I'm sure alam ni Ma'am Emmy to, we had women politicians and legislators who voted against the RH law because of the rights of the uterus, di ba? Parang ganon. So, hindi necessary dahil babae ay okay na siya. In terms of what the government can do, and even CSOs who are here also, no? So kanina sinabi na ni Ma'am yung mga laws, no? We should, lalo na sa SK ka, we should also be active in terms of parang watchdog ng implementation ng laws and invoking all the laws for the women who felt violated. We should also be able to provide survivor-centered. Survivor-centered, ibig sabihin kung ano yung kailangan ng survivor at biktima, yun yung i-provide natin, hindi natin ipipilit, no? So there are organizations who do that, no? So we have Gabriela, we have Luna's Collective, which is very accessible online. And then, of course, the QC Protection Center. Our mayor, Swerte ang Quezon City, ay sobrang passionate, dedicated, and committed advocate for ending GBV. Again, ulitin ko, let us walk the talk, let us practice and normalize consent. So tayo, allies na naiintindihan ito, can call out also other male perpetrators to stop whatever they're doing, to also respect and to also normalize consent sa lahat ng engagement with women and other LGBTQIA na community or persons and other persons with diverse soul.
In summary, nandun yan sa Republic Act 313, which is a Safe Spaces Act. Check on the gender-based online sexual harassment. Okay, it's all in the internet, in YouTube, in the website. Okay, thank you.
Thank you po, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, now for our last question from one of our Zoom participants, Clark Joseph Galang. Can you recommend any programs that Philippine embassies and consulates can do in spreading awareness, especially in the Middle East? Yes po. Para po, I think this any violence against women for embassies targeted especially to Middle East po.
Yeah. I think I remember last time the OWA director is Arnel Ignacio. So may mga yung pinapauwi ng mga OFW. So one of the program that we did is during the 18-day campaign of violence against women sa yung Women's Month is nag-Zoom meeting kami sa kanila. Yung tipong anong oras para bang meaningful conversation. When you say meaningful conversation is alisin mo yung rank mo, yung titulo mo, kung doktor ka, nurse ka, or attorney ka, okay? Let's talk. How are you right now? How do you feel? Do you want to share something? Do you want some meaningful conversation? Ginagawa po namin yon hour kasi yun yung time na yun yung time na matutulog na sila pero they are the deepest of their emotions. And sa mga senior citizen, 4 o'clock ng hapon, yun po yung saddest time nila. So we created that meaningful conversation with all. So nung una, parang nakaantingin lang sila, ganon. Tapos nung nag-share na, yung iba nag-iyakan na, mag-off na ng kanilang video, ganon. So if we can continue that through the different organization, then that would be very nice. But parang no hashtag, walang walang labeling. Basta sabihin mo, gusto ko, ito yung nafe-feel ko ngayon. Pag alis ng amo ko na babae, babalik yung amo kong lalaki, and then he would rape me. And then afterwards, sasabihin niya na pag nagsumbong ako, ipapadeport ako, ganon. Tapos lumuluhan na sila. Sometimes you don't have to say anything kasi nakakonnect ka Middle East o kaya kung saan man. And then, that's one. And then, ang napansin ko na pinakamaganda sa lahat is continuous communication with the family. Kasi Middle East, very challenging place. Especially for the domestic workers. Ayun. At nung Women's Month, madaling araw na doon kami ni Arnel sa Terminal 1, Terminal 3, nagbibigay kami ng flower. Nung nabibigyan mo ng flower, Happy Women's Month, ha? Parang ayaw pa nila, di ba? Parang, ano to? Is it real? Sinong politiko iboboto ko? Ganun pa sila. Sabi ko, hindi po, Happy Women's Month po, mami. Ate, ganun pa kami. So yun, simple things that we can do to make the heavy load light. Yan. Thank you.
Okay, so that would be our last question for this for the first part of the forum. Thank you very much to all our participants who have shared their questions. It has truly deepened our awareness and our discussion. Unfortunately, due to the time limit, we will not be able to accommodate further queries. However, for additional questions, you may approach the CIFAL booth located at the back of the venue so that we may relay your queries to our speakers. Additionally, there will also be another Q&A portion later for those who were not able to ask their questions.
We now proceed to the awarding of certificates. May we call on Dr. Michelle Palumbari to join us here on stage.
The UP CIFAL Philippines and United Nations Institute for Training and Research, or UNITAR, would like to give the certificate of appreciation to Ms. Himaya Tamayo, who served as an expert speaker for the forum on leading safe spaces, the role of good governance in ending violence against women, held on 6 December 2023. Signed by me, Michelle Palumbari, Director, UP CIFAL Philippines. Also, the UP CIFAL Philippines and UNITAR would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Ms. Sandra Montano, who served as an expert speaker for the Forum on Leading Safe Spaces, the role of good governance in ending violence against women, given the 6th of December 2023, signed Michelle, that's me, UP CIFAL Philippines. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much, our dear speakers. Thank you, po. Before we proceed to the next session, we will first have a 10-minute break. And we would like to take this opportunity to thank our participants from the following institutions: City Government of Caloocan, City Government of Taguig, National Housing Authority, National Mapping and Resource Information Authority.
We also have participants from Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Department of Health, and Department of Information and Communications Technology.
We also would like to thank University of the Philippines Open University, University of Santo Tomas,
Rizal Technological University, and Colegio de San Juan de Letran.
and also we would like to recognize the presence of Asek De Leon from the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, as well as Professor Aurora De Dios from Women and Gender Institute of Miriam College. Thank you very much. We will resume our event with a panel discussion. So the time right now is 2:55. We will resume at around 3:05. Yes. Feel free to browse the programs of our partners at the back of the venue. And we will see you all later on. Thank you.
This is the Manila Bulletin, traversing time and truth since 1900. The newspaper with a century-long legacy of standing witness to the country's history and development. Today, the Manila Bulletin strives to make the nation be fully informed, and the Manila Bulletin will continue to inform, inspire, empower, telling timely stories and timeless truths through this century and beyond.
Kinakailangan tayo ang henerasyon na magwawakas sa matinding kahirapan.
Tayo.
Tayo.
Ang henerasyon na pinakapursigidong
Labanan ang kawalan ng hustisya at hindi pagkakapantay-pantay.
At ang henerasyon na siyaring susugpo sa climate change.
At ito ang gagawin natin.
Ang Sustainable Development Goals.
15 taong plano para sa ating lahat.
Sa bawat sulok ng mundo,
Wala tayong iiwanan. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang sinuman ang dumaranas.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
walang nagugutom at gumigising sa umagang nagtatanong,
may kakainin ba yun?
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan walang taong namamatay
sa sakit na may lunas. At kung saan
Ang tamang pangangalaga
Ng kalusugan ay panghabang buhay.
ang karapatan ng lahat.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ay nakakapag-aral
At nabibigyan ng sapat na kaalaman.
At kasanayan,
Para sa isang masaganang buhay.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ng kababaihan
at lahat ng batang babae
ay may patas na oportunidad
upang umunlad.
Maging matibay at ligtas.
hindi tayo magtatagumpay.
Kung kalahati ng mundo
ay naiiwanan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
lahat ay mayroong malinis na tubig
at maayos na palikuran.
sa bahay,
Sa paaralan,
at sa trabaho.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong
Sapat na enerhiya para sa lahat. Init, ilaw at
kuryente na hindi sumisira sa mundo.
sa isang mundong umuunlad
ang mga ekonomiya
At ang kayamanang tinatamasa.
siya rin magbibigay
Ng disyenteng trabaho para sa lahat.
sa isang mundo kung saan ang ating mga industriya, infrastruktura at pinakamahusay na inobasyon
hindi lamang ginagamit upang magpayaman.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang diskriminasyon at labis na di pagkakapantay-pantay.
sa loob ng ating bansa.
Sa pagitan ng mga bansa.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
Ang lungsod at komunidad ay ligtas.
Maunlad at sumusuporta sa mga naninirahan dito.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan ibinabalik natin
Ating kinuha sa inang kalikasan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong desididong sugpuin.
ang banta ng climate change.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo
Kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang ating mga karagatan. Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan pinangangalagaan natin ang buhay sa kalupaan.
Mga
kasugatan,
mga hayop.
ang kabuuan ng ating daigdig.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan may kapayapaan sa bansa,
kung saan ang lahat ng pamahalaan ay may pananagutan.
At isang mundo
kung saan mamamayani ang hustisya at bawat isa ay pantay sa harap ng batas.
At tayo ay dapat mamuhay sa isang mundo kung saan ang lahat ng bansa
at ang kanilang mga mamamayan
Ay magtutulungan upang isakatuparan ang Sustainable Development Goals.
sa lahat ng mga tao at sa lahat ng sulok ng mundo.
Ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Tayo na't kumilos
Sabay-sabay nating isakatuparan ito.
Para sa atin,
ito ang United Nations Sustainable Development
This is the Manila Bulletin, traversing time and truth since 1900. The newspaper with a century-long legacy of standing witness to the country's history and development. Today, the Manila Bulletin strives to make the nation be fully informed, and the Manila Bulletin will continue to inform, inspire, empower, telling timely stories and timeless truths through this century and beyond.
Kinakailangan tayo ang henerasyon na magwawakas sa matinding kahirapan.
Tayo
ang henerasyon
Na pinakapursigidong
Labanan ang kawalan ng hustisya at hindi pagkakapantay-pantay.
at ang henerasyon na siyang susugpo sa climate change.
At ito ang gagawin natin.
Ang Sustainable Development Goals
15 taong plano para sa ating lahat.
Sa bawat sulok ng mundo,
Wala tayong iiwanan.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundong walang sinuman ang dumaranas
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan
walang nagugutom at gumigising sa umagang nagtatanong,
May kakainin ba yun?
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan walang taong namamatay
sa sakit na may lunas. At kung saan
ang tamang pangangalaga
ng kalusugan ay panghabang buhay.
ang karapatan ng lahat.
Mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ay nakakapag-aral
At nabibigyan ng sapat na kaalaman.
At kasanayan,
Para sa isang masaganang buhay.
mamumuhay tayo sa isang mundo kung saan lahat ng kababaihan
at lahat
of Barangay Dalupaon, the University of the Philippines, Manila, Tabaco LGU, Alliance Française du Manil, and the National Fisheries Research and Development Institute.
We would like to recognize also Lung Center of the Philippines, Partnership for Development Assistance in the Philippines Incorporated, Philippine Commission on Women, DOST Region 11, and PESO Gimba.
We will resume the program in around 2 minutes. So we invite all our participants to please come here in the venue.
Welcome everyone to the second part of this forum. I hope you were able to enjoy a mental health break. We will now move forward to discuss the role of good governance on ending violence against women.
So our second session is more on to further elaborate the discussion on the role of good governance in ending violence against women. So we have panel discussants who will tackle different topics concerning gender-based violence within their sectors. But first, let us introduce our discussants for today's session.
For our first panelist, she is the incumbent chairperson of Gabriela Women's Party. She served for 3 terms from 50th to 70th Congress, representing the said party, and is also part of the Makabayan Bloc and promotes pro-women and proper legislation based on Philippine economic, political, and social realities. Let us welcome Chairperson Emerenciana Emmy De Jesus. Our second discussant is a professor in the Department of Speech Communication and Theater Arts at the University of the Philippines. She is committed to advocacy work, particularly in combating gender-based violence and sexual harassment. Let us give a warm welcome to Dr. Teresa Paula S. de Luna. Our next discussant is the chairperson of the Department of Women and Development Studies at the College of Social Work and Community Development in UP Diliman. She is also the founder of Luna's Collective, a volunteer-powered online helpline and care space for people seeking support related to gender-based violence and reproductive health. Let us give a round of applause for Assistant Professor Sabrina Laya S. Gacad.
Hello. And we are also joined today by the Executive Vice Chairperson of Men Opposed to Violence Against Women Everywhere, or MOVE Philippines, the National President of DSW MOVE Chapter, and the current Division Chief of DSW Region 4A, Mr. Ricky Bunao. And last but not the least, we have a consultant for Asian Development Bank, United Nations Population Fund, and the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, who also serves as a resource person on various gender issues and concepts, including masculinity, gender sensitivity training, gender equality, SOGSC, and gender stereotypes in the workplace. Let us welcome Mr. Michael Pastor. Good afternoon, our dear experts. So, okay. Hello po. Okay, so good afternoon, and this session is more on how we can further explore the different not cases but also initiatives of the various sectors that you represent. So the first question would be more in line with the recent global gender gap. So it's stated that the Philippines is actually the second in East Asia in terms of gender equality. However, despite our laws and the various initiatives of agencies and institutions, but violence against women remains to be prevalent. So we'd like to just ask you, as leaders of your sectors, how you view the current state of GBV in the country, and what factors and how do these factors impact the state of VOW in the country, as well as the achievement of the Philippines, sa gender equality po.
Hello, ayan. Okay. I think first gusto kong batiin ang initiative ng UPCFAL focusing on the issue of good governance. And in fact, lagi-lagi na pag nag-uusap tayo in regards to gender violence, laging parang parang walang framework. And in fact, kanina na-appreciate ko yung input ng our first two speakers, and I confirm, I confirm the use of the framework that political, economic, and cultural factors impede the equal attitude towards women, and how pag sinabi kasi natin governance, we speak of people who are in power or institutions who hold government powers. Kaya if I were to go directly to my input my elaboration on this, halimbawa ako, very practical sa akin yung experience ko ng 9 years sa Congress. And I was exposed to see how a law is made very tediously. Sobra talaga. At ang nakaka-challenge is, if you have your advocacy, how do you push for your advocacy, given that Congress is a battle of numbers? Labanan ng bilang yan eh. Kaya if you have to push, no, for a legislation, for a bill that really serves the marginalized, of course, ang sector namin talaga na binibigyan ng pansin ay yung kababaihan, ang hirap. Tapos, marami pang macho. Marami pang macho sa loob, no? As in, tinitrivialize. Yung issue ng kababaihan ay tinitingnan trivial lang yan, no? Or gagawing joke. Gusto ko lang mag-react doon sa binanggit kanina ni Maya. I'm sorry medyo mahaba. Yung panahon ni Duterte, nung one of his press statements, yung shoot the vagina, talagang hindi ako talagang it was a challenge for me, no, to deliver a privileged speech para i-counter and expose what kind of leader do we have na nagsasalita ng ganito. Leader ka, no, head of the state. I think this is one graphic illustration how governance really should be challenged and be responsible and accountable, no? Kasi yung responsibility and accountability should go hand in hand. So we are responsible for coming out with laws, yung legislation. The judiciary is accountable for processing cases. Yung agencies under the executive is very much accountable for implementing and monitoring the laws for women and against violence against women. So, yung nagaganap sa atin ngayon, ang daming impediments, no? Ang daming hadlang. So, the three branches of the government, maraming weaknesses na kailangan pa talagang i-address. Kaya kanina na-appreciate ko yung presentation ni Maya when she said that the solution should be radical, no? Hindi talaga pwede yung papetik-petik lang tayo eh. And when we say radical, it needs strength. And when we say strength, it should be a people's movement. Kaya you cannot just say na government responsibility and accountability by the government or those who hold political power should be coupled with the people's movement para maramdaman nila na concerned tayo, para maramdaman nila na dapat responsible and accountable sila doon sa implementation, monitoring, and giving all efforts to eradicate violence against women. And sa amin, sa Gabriela and Gabriela Women's Party, ang pangarap namin not simply to give services to victims eh. Ang pangarap talaga namin total eradication of violence as in prevention. Yung litigation, yung pagpaparusa, sana hindi na mangyari. Sana wala ng violence. So I think the challenge is on good governance in as much as the challenge is to the people.
Thank you very much, Ms. De Jesus. Would any one of our panel discussants would like to add to that?
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Muli, ako ay si TP De Luna. Ako ang coordinator ng opisina dito sa UP Diliman ng anti-sexual harassment. So, given your questions a while ago, I can't really say about the global state of equality or inequality, but at least in the University of the Philippines, there's already a mechanism. May mekanismo, may opisina. Kumpara sa ibang mga eskwelahan na walang opisina, ni walang CODI. Binanggit yon ni Ma'am kanina, Ma'am Sandra, I think, on the different laws that we are tasked to have a committee on decorum and investigation. At ang mga eskwelahan po natin dito sa Pilipinas ay parang hindi pa sila aware, no? Hindi pa sila aware na may ganoon. Kailangang may ganoon. Ang CODIA is isang ad hoc committee, but in the University of the Philippines, cutting across the CUs, meron pong mga opisina na pwedeng puntahan ng mga nakararanas ng sexual harassment at dinagdag na namin yung gender-based violence, no? Kasi hindi lamang makikita natin sa batas kanina, mga batas, these were discussed a while ago, hindi lang to yung RA 7877 at sa ngayon ay talagang pinapatupad natin yung RA 11313, yung mga public spaces, online sexual harassment. But still, dumami ang state, no? You're asking about the status. Dumami ang nagrereklamo po. Hindi natin malalaman to. Ano bang ibig sabihin nito? Ibig sabihin ba mas maraming naharas o hindi effective? O baka naman mas aware sila sa mga nararanasan nila, ay ito pala ay hindi dapat nararanasan. Kaya sila ay nagre-report. So I think that's it muna yung aking pwedeng madagdag based on my context.
Sige po. Ako naman si Ina, galing ako sa Lunas Collective at saka sa Department of Women and Development Studies sa UP College of Social Work and Community Development. So the insight I wanted to share is two parts. Una, dun sa ano ba talagang minimeasure ng mga mechanisms like the global gender gap. And then second, ano yung itsura ng power relations o ng dominance and subordination that is organized according to gender or according to kasarian, na pumipigil sa ability ng mga tao na maging malaya, maging maganda, maging malandi. But at the same time din, no, paano natin nakikita yung domination na to nagmamanifest at the first instance of employing violence? So dun sa gender gap, we always look at it as if comparable ang experiences ng mga female and male people. So yun yung isa. And second, female and male is sex assigned at birth. Diba? So alam natin na yung quality ng pagkalalaki, quality ng pagkababae is going to be more than what is written in our birth certificates. And second, na for a lot of the difficulties that are related to gender-based violence, hindi ganoon ka-comparable yung experience ng masculine or ng feminine or ng male or ng female. So your global gender gap will look at things like education, it will look at things like employment, and it will look at things that are measurable and comparable like that because it's easy. And it'll tell you, oh yan, equality na yan. Kasi magkakapareho na yung numbers. Or lumalapit tayo sa equality kasi nababawasan yung pagkakaiba ng numbers. But that doesn't tell you the quality of the power that people have. And this is where domination and subordination according to gender are important. Yung question kasi dito, gaano kakalaya na maglakad sa kalsada nang hindi natatakot kahit anong oras? Yung question din dito, gaano kakalaya na magsabi sa isang tao na mahal mo siya tapos hindi ka mabibigo? Or gaano kakalaya na magsabi, actually no, ayoko pala, na mag-participate sa kung ano mang intimate relationship na to. And this is where we start to see yung quality ng difference ng gender power relations. This is where we start to see na may domination that is associated with people who present masculine over the people who present less masculine or the people who present feminine. And then second to that is the fact that gender-based violence, the use of force or the use of the threat of force to make a person feel small because of their gender is the first way that gender domination is established, or is the worst way that gender power inequality and domination is established. At napaka-casual karaniwan ng deployment ng violation na to. Napaka-casual by way of commenting on a person's appearance or their body type or their clothes or their hair. Napaka-casual by commenting on how they swipe left and right on or the photos they post na hindi napapansin nung nagde-deliver ng ganong comments na it's actually quite oppressive, it's actually quite belittling So yon. And then sa dulo nun, what is required of us, and this is an invitation to everyone that we make always naman from Lunas Collective, we inspect. Ano yung participation natin sa relations of domination and subordination na to? How are we using our limited power, our freedoms, our privileges to disrupt that relationship of dominance and subordination? Kasi, and this is also going to be very relevant to governance and leadership. Kasi sa leadership, sa governance, nandun natin makikita yung matataas na levels of privilege. And often, sa mga levels na to, blind na sila to the fact that they have that power. Or blind tayo. This is UP, so ang lamang-lamang na natin from a lot of other people that were actually here. Diba? But this makes us a little bit blind to the experiences of powerlessness and inequality that everyone else has. So yung call ng Lunas is yes, inspect, reflect, and then second, can we act with our level of care? Yung sense ng, okay, we recognize the difficulty, and we will pay attention to the difficulty today by being caring, by being empathetic, and then we will work together towards justice dun sa long process of legislation, policy implementation. But that definitely today, this very moment, empathy will play a huge part in already disrupting the relations of power. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Ina. That really resonated, I think, to everyone here in the audience, and as well as thank you, Ms. De Luna, for your for sharing with us your discussions as the leader in OWASH po. So moving forward, may we seek the perception naman po ni Sir Ricky.
Well, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. And thank you very much for inviting us here. Ano ma'am, Director? Well, dalawang katayuan ko ngayon. Una, because I came from the government. I came from DSWD. And pangalawa, I came from my advocacy, which is SILAB. Yung advocacy ng Move Philippines. Ano? All right. First, we all know that growing talaga ngayon yung gender-based violence worldwide. No? Kahit saan ka mag-search sa net, o kahit saan, talagang yung statistics ng gender-based violence, which is encompassing lahat to sa lahat ng sector, ay talagang growing siya. No? Locally, sa Pilipinas, I came from attending yung mga regional peace and order council sa mga regional offices natin. Growing din po ang statistics ng ating violence against women. In fact, talaga siya ang nangunguna among the laws, no? Among the laws presented kanina a while ago. So, talagang ang bawsi po ang napakatindi na I think nasa 20 years old na itong violence against women, ano, itong 9262. Pero talagang hanggang ngayon patuloy ang pagdami. Maybe mulat na yung karamihan, pero ang iba naman wala pang alam at patuloy na nagkakaroon pa ng mga statistics, no? So, systems that kasi governance ang ating pinag-uusapan, ano? Systems in place, well, marami tayong batas, no? Marami tayong mga laws to safeguard, to protect our women, children, no? And to include yung ating LGBTQ+, ano? Kasi kahit naman na may mga bill na hindi pa napapasa sa Senado o sa Kongreso, still they are now protected, no? Because may law tayo na it encompassing para sa lahat, human rights, ano? And kung mapapansin nyo, ang mga government branches na mention ni Ma'am kanina, the executive, legislative, at the same time, itong nasa executive branch, which government agencies, sila yung nakatutok dito sa pagbubuo ng iba't ibang mga interventions, no? Iba-ibang programs and services that will combat itong growing statistics. Ang pinakamatindi lang sa atin ngayon is yung pagmulat, nandiyan na tayo eh. Pero the concern on sustainability. In fact, yung code na binabanggit ni Ma'am, in place na po yan sa iba't ibang mga agencies. Pero ang iba dyan, hindi naman nagmo-move. In place siya, pero hindi siya nagmo-move, no? Ganon din sa mga programs and services. Marami ng mga programa, pero again, Nagmumuba? Gumagalaw ba lahat? Nasusustain ba ito? Natitingnan ba kung itong mga programs and interventions ay really addressing the issue of our gender-based violence sa kabataan, kababaihan, no? Pero mind you, no, hindi lang naman women ang atin ditong tinitingnan na sila lang yung vulnerable sectors. Sa likod ng mga statistics presented, karamihan dyan ang nagko-commit ay mga kalalakihan. Would you agree? Do you agree ba? Na mga kalalakihan ang nasa likod na nakakapag-commit ng karahasan sa kababaihan? Do you agree? Do you believe on that? Pero would you agree na may mga karahasan din sa kalalakihan? Di ba? The forms in 9262 ay nai-encounter din po yan ng other sectors. So there is violence against men, there is a violence against LGBTQ+, there is a violence against persons with disability, and violence against senior citizens. So pero pinakamas marami diyan ang violence against women. So what we can do, mamaya pa yon sa next question. Thank you po.
Thank you, Sir Reggie. Sir Michael?
Hi. Ayan. Thank you. I'm actually coming in from a consultant experience because I've been looking both at interventions led by international organizations, interventions also done by the government organizations. So I've worked closely with them mostly on interventions na community level. So for example, we go down to the barangay, do some training, paano natin magiging ma-activate, for example, the barangay Vautes, which is actually your front line for violence against women and children, because we have to understand, napaka-broad nung usapin ng violence against women and children, and that also becomes much more complicated when we talk about GBV. Now, when we go down to the, let's say, nitty-gritty, let's go to the data muna. One problem that we have with the data is that kalat-kalat yung data sources natin on violence. Why? You have the medical data from the WCPU, you also have the DOH data. You also have the DSWD data, yung sa social workers themselves who are the case managers themselves. You have the barangay level data. Na ang problema mo, big question mark. Bakit? Sa barangay mo, may intake forms ka, hindi ginagamit. May forms ka, iba-iba ang ginagawa. Ang daming protocols, hindi naman nakalagay sa law, gumagawa ng sarili. So which means we can't even reconcile paano ba natin i-capture yung data. Community level na to ha. Meron pa tayong criminal data coming from the PNP. So one challenge mo is that if we want to go into data for GBV, we have to agree ano yung consistency among all of them. Ang problem mo, yung data sharing mismo across government agencies is a problem. Na parang government ka na, bakit mo paprotektan yung data mo when in concerning GBV, when it is a public health data? That should be accessible para magkaroon ka ng consistency, para magkaroon ka ng clearer picture gaano ka-severe yung case. That's just on the data alone. But we're not yet talking about the cases of non-reporting, that's one, ang tindi niyan. Under-reporting, hindi nare-report. Pangatlo is, ito pa, this is still happening at the communities in different parts. Amicable settlements. Which is under the law, bawal. So, just at the data alone, ang komplikado na ng usapin natin on violence against women and children na, VAUSI pa lang ang tinutukoy ko. We're not yet talking about child sexual abuse and all other things. Because remember, out of all the GBV data natin, ang pinakamataas mo, VAUSI. And I think roughly around 90% of the data on GBV consist on that. So that's one. Another would be, the interventions are in place. Totoo naman. As I would agree with Sir Ricky has mentioned, interventions are in place. Sustainability is a key issue. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na laging wala tayong pera. Ang question natin is, paano ba natin ginagamit ng maayos yung pera? And we have to deal with one of the challenges pagdating sa pag-utilize ng GAD budget because a lot of agencies, and I would say this straightforward, yung ibang agencies are justifying anything that they can do just to utilize the GAD budget. That sometimes it might not even be related to GAD-related initiatives. Okay? Yun, I think for now, I can focus muna on that one because I think I have a lot of things to share later on. But siguro, what we are capturing so far are mostly for women. Pero if you want a much more comprehensive assessment of the data that we are missing for evidence-based policy interventions and everything else, kulang pa tayo for the vulnerable groups. Mas malala ngayon, especially for the young key populations, especially for those adolescents out of school, yung cases natin when it comes to violence pagdating sa kanila, that still remains a challenge to be gathered. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much to our dear panel discussants. So, marami po nating na-unpack this afternoon just with that first question. So, we tackled the advocacy of letting the voices of the people be heard so that ma-push forward yung ating mga advocacies and marinig po tayo ng government in terms of yung state po ngayon ng GBV and violence against women. We also tackled institutional mechanisms in place to combat and address GBV, as well as measuring po yung rights and freedom and violence, and making sure na yung importance of leadership and governance, and recognizing your privilege to make sure that no one is left behind, okay? And then as well as yung violence against people, but also the importance of data in measuring GBV and addressing GBV, okay? So before we proceed to the next question, would any of our speakers want to add? Sige pa, ma'am.
Gusto kong bigyan ng pansin yung issue ng cultural factors, no, that impedes really how women are being addressed and looked upon. Kasi yan ang mabigat. Those who are in power, political, economic, nagagamit nila yung culture, no, para lalo pang palalain yung kalagayan ng kababaihan. Of course, ang pinakamasahol na pagtingin sa kababaihan yung sex object. Pero syempre, pagdating doon sa iba pang otong nangyayari, yung issue ng commodification of women, syempre, as sex object din, Kaya pinagkakakitaan. Tapos yung gusto ko ring idagdag, yung culture talaga as challenging, lalo na sa lahat ito ng ages. Pero mas na-alarm talaga ako yung current generation ngayon Given the access to SOCMED, ang dami-dami talagang pwedeng makadistort ng, of course, hindi ako moralista, Pero yung values, yung value distortion, ang dami-dami talagang pwedeng source. It's either, kung walang guidance, talagang baka lalong magkaroon talaga ng ibang appreciation such that nakakaambag ka doon sa concept na natural ang violence against women. Kaya actually, bilang nanay, bilang lola, minsan nung dinidiscuss nandun pa ako sa loob ng Congress, nung dinidiscuss yung bawal ang bastos bill, talagang parang sa akin ang knee-jerk reaction ko, sa totoo lang, good manners and right conduct lang yan no? Huwag ka mambastos. Igalang mo, Igalang mo siya bilang babae, bilang tao. So, siguro, I'm speaking from my stint din, not only in the parliament, but also having one of the founders of Gabriela in 1983. Ang dami-dami talagang lumalapit na cases sa amin na I think just to graphically illustrate, halimbawa yung personality na kung natatandaan nyo yung case ni Katrina Halili, lumapit yan sa Gabriela, na magtataka ka na in power yung kanyang kapatid. I'm sorry. Simple correcto pala yung sinasabi ko. Si Katrina, nung lumapit siya, talagang sinasabi niya, I don't feel violated kasi nakipag-sex ako. We had intimacy. What happened was, I was really in love. Kaya nakipag-sex siya. Sabihin with all her consent dahil mahal niya, yung naging partner niya. Ano yung very offensive sa kanya? Yung kinunan siya ng video at ikinalat. Yun yung tingin niya, sobrang humiliating, talagang na-violate siya. So, ano lang ito, one of those cases na sasalamin talaga doon sa pwedeng mangyari at nangyayari. Kaya yung challenge, sabi ko nga, pag sinabi kasing governance, hindi talaga mawawala ng silbihan kung hindi rin maingay ang mamamayan at magkaroon talaga ng campaign for public education and information.
Thank you very much, Ms. De Jesus. Kaya nga po parang it's nice to explore how you dismantle culture or how do you dismantle incorrect behaviors that that violate the rights of people, especially women and gender and other marginalized sectors po. And I think yun nga po yung importance ng governance, and that governance is not only accountable but sees to it that yung intentions nila are for the marginalized sectors po. Okay, so before proceeding, are there any additions? Okay, thank you very much. So now the second question is, because we did tackle the legal frameworks on gender-based violence and legal instruments that are in place to combat and address violence against women, we're very curious to know on how we can further leverage this, given nga po na we are an evolving society and the issues and challenges that we do face are evolving now that we are now that globalization is prevalent and technology is continuously modernizing. How can we leverage this legal frameworks, and what reformations do you see, especially in your sectors? What reformations must we include in the current legislative policies on gender-based violence to ensure that we promote women empowerment, firstly, gender equality, safe spaces for women, and ensure a survivor-centered approach that promotes justice and accountability?
Okay, thank you for that question. We at the Office of Anti-Sexual Harassment, we are challenged by so many problems in terms of addressing the situations. Frontliners kami. So hindi lang ito yung parang mga halimbawa gusto natin ito, maggagawa tayo ng mga awareness campaign. So we have that also because the office is for the prevention, investigation, and resolution of cases. What really is the biggest challenge today is the lack of language of consent or non-consent in the law. So wala tayong makikita sa ating batas. Ano nga ba ang consent? Ano nga ba ang walang consent? And we know that consent is temporal. Hindi siya permanent, no? Lalo na sa vow, 'di ba? Dahil bang mag-asawa kayo, forever na may consent 'yan. So, given that, we asked Supreme Court Justice Marvic Leonen. So, tinanong namin, ano nga ba sa batas natin, no? Dahil sa Supreme Court na siya. Sa totoo lang, sabi niya, wala tayong nakalagay. Kasi base ito sa kultura, yung binabanggit ni Ma'am Emmy, no? Na kultura yan eh. So, ano nga ba ang lengguwahe ng consent at non-consent? Just to answer, I think that will provide us the key to solutions in resolving cases, especially when it comes to consent. Consent na nabanggit din ni Ma'am, nung may binidyohan ka, may content ka, lumitaw, may consent ka na gusto nyo for your own consumption, kayong mag-partner. Pero nakita mo na nakabalandra sa mga social media platforms. So paano natin gagawin yon kung wala naman sa batas, no? Kasi ultimately pupunta yan sa batas, sa court hearings. Eh kung doon pa lang wala na, sa palagay mo ba ang mga biktima ay may confidence pa na pumunta sa mga otoridad? No, we talk about governance. Governance, ang dami nating batas. Ang tanong lagi, bakit meron pa rin? Kasi yung implementation hindi maayos. May protocol, hindi nasusunod. And I speak of that in a very personal manner because recently we have cases of rape, we have cases of sextortion. Pumunta siya, example lang po ito, pumunta yung biktima kasama ng aming kasamahan sa OWASH, si NBI. Sinabihan siya ng desk officer, bakit ganyan ang suot mo, ang ikli ng palda mo, kaya naman pala. hanggang ngayon po, this was like 2 months ago. So, hindi ako makapaniwala. No? So, ganun po yan. Example po yon para maramdaman natin kung gaano pa ka-challenging. And she was fighting for, parang gusto niyang ipaliwanag na wala akong consent. Bakit ina-extort na niya ako? At ang hirap-hirap magpaliwanag na ako po ang biktima. So, na-victimize uli siya. So, no wonder, walang gustong mag-report. Yun lang.
Dun sa batas, I think definitely as we go through the years, makikita niyo yung expansion ng definitions ng GBV, dati VAUSI pa nga lang siya, di ba? It's very clear na VAUSI will only happen to women who are married and have children, have some form of marriage kahit hindi siya like legal marriage. And then that becomes disputable kung hindi siya legal, mga ganon. But what we see is an improvement of the legislation depending on the ability of society to explain to people in power na ito yung iba't ibang mukha, ito yung iba't ibang instances ng violence or harm. So when we got to the Safe Spaces Act, nakalagay na doon actually that the violence is going to be determined by whether or not a person felt harmed. And in lieu of a definition of consent, kasi I'm not a fan of defining these things by law. Kasi when we start to define these things, the law will be able to tell you what was definitively wrong. Pero it will also be able to tell you, pag very strict yung definition, what is not included in what is definitely wrong. And as we continue to evolve in our society, as we continue to listen, ano bang pakiramdam ng katawan ko, as we continue to break the norms about tamang pagkababae, tamang pagkalalaki, we will see more qualities of harm and violence. And the restriction that the law defines will not be able to accommodate those things. So ang quality ng batas na maganda in my limited view is the law that upholds a person's sense of safety. The law that upholds a person's sense of being well in their own bodies. Kaya mahalaga yung safe spaces kasi sabi niya, oh wait lang it's not about whether or not the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator intended to harm someone. It is going to be determined based on how a person felt, teka lang, na-offend ako. Na-insecure ako doon, natakot ako doon, kinabahan ako doon. And then the next step for all of us is to build jurisprudence about this. And ito yung mahirap kasi not everyone is ready to file a case. Right? So in order for us to build jurisprudence on the implementation of these very beautiful laws that capture the very complex value system that our society has, kailangan muna may latag ng social, psychological support for the people who are seeking help. Kasi pag pinasampa mo talaga siya sa witness stand and they are cross-examined by the opposing litigator or lawyer, sisingilin siya for the very simple things that demonstrate masaya siyang tao kahit na-violate siya. Or na nag-survive siya or na hindi niya kamukha yung mga tao na na-violate na karaniwan nating nakikita. So like that is necessary in order for us to make the laws work to our advantage. And then finally, yung standards then for quality of care. Doon tayo medyo malabnaw Very clear tayo sa formal details and definitions. Pero the standards for quality of care sa policy implementation, medyo malabnaw in that how do we standardize may respeto para sa mga taong nakaranas ng GBV. And here, the risk here is, yung batas natin, malinaw yung pagtutumbas. May objective qualities of harm ang gender-based violence. May objective qualities of harm depending on the violence you've experienced, whether that's physical, psychological, sexual, and so on. Magkakaiba yan. And our implementers think, yun lang yung hahanapin nila, yung objective qualities of harm. When people come to the gender desk or para magsumbong and they describe what happened to them, which might be objectively mababaw. Pero in their experience, napakalalim at nakulong sila sa sense of I'm powerless. Ang isasagot sa kanila ng common na tao, i-evaluate sila based on how bad it was objectively. doon tayo nagkukulang sa quality gap. Kasi yung experience of harm, regardless kung bumabatay tayo doon sa objective qualities, will always be bad for the person who received it. And it doesn't help a person who is asking for help to be told, ayan lang naman pala yung nangyari sa'yo, ang sensitive mo naman. Right? So, yes, we have objective qualities of harm and we will reserve that for adjudicating ano yung level of appropriate penalties. But at the first point of care, when people are asking for help, the practice should always be hindi lang value neutral. Mas I'm taking the side of the survivor and letting them know mahalaga sila kahit maliit lang yung violation according to the law na naranasan nila. And the second thing we'll have to remember is these violations, nagpapatong-patong yan eh. And survivors will always ask for help at the first instance. Pero yung mga tao sa paligid nila will tell them to minimize it. Ay, nahipuan, baka naman hindi sinasadya. Or ay, ganito, ganyan talaga yung mga lalaki, pagpasensyahan mo na. So this whole system that all of us actually participate in minimizing the harms, will make a survivor feel like, paano pa ako magsusumbong? Walang naniniwala sa akin. Tapos maniniwala lang sila pag sobrang lala na ng experience. And that is so far away, and that could have been prevented if someone had come to their aid at the first instance. And then finally, I just wanted to say, when it's eliminating gender-based violence, it's really not a problem of dumadami yung reports or lumalala yung situation. Of course, we should expect for everything to get worse kasi we're learning the language of harm and we're being able to express. Ito yung qualities niya. It's going to look really bad talaga. Expect na natin yon. But it doesn't mean na nothing is improving. Kaya rin babalik tayo sa quality of care. And that's where we should work on talaga standardizing quality of care, standardizing yung mga trainings, and then exposing people to these new, kumbaga, vernacular ng kung ano-ano yung iba't ibang forms of GBV. And then, pagka-ready na sila, okay, jurisprudence. And then that's when we change the whole cycle. And I'm hoping na all of us see ano yung part natin doon. Thank you.
Alright.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ina.
Well, tama naman yung mga binabanggit na mga kasama namin. There's a lot of work to be done. In place na yung mga systems natin karamihan, yung mga policies, programs, mga protocols. Pero what's really the problem? Bakit mayroon pa ring nag-i-exist, no? Kasi yung kultura natin, yung nakasanayan natin nga na ang mga lalaki is na patriarchal community tayo. So, kaya what do you expect kapag patriarchal community? Talagang mayroong violations, no, against our kababaihan, kabataan. Pero ano nga ba ang dapat natin gawin, no? Kagaya ngayon, sample lang. This forum is entitled for everyone, di ba? Babae, lalaki pwede mag-attend. Pero sino ba ang mas marami? Mas babae ang marami na dumarating. No? Kasi yung batas according sa kalalakihan na mga nakausap namin, ma'am, yung RA 9262 daw ay pambabae. That's the mindset. That's the mindset, no? Pero in essence, actually hindi pambabae lamang 'yan. Para sa lahat 'yan. Sabi nga namin during our training, ikaw ay may kasamang babae sa loob ng tahanan mo. Sino ba ang nandiyan diyan? Your mother, your daughter, your lola, your nanay. And lumabas ka sa family, kasama sa school, babae, teachers, lumabas ka sa workplace, ando ng maraming kababaihan, lumabas ka sa community, nandyan lahat, puro babae, lalaki, all sectors nandyan yan. So, kung nag-a-advocate tayo ng ganitong mga batas na protection and prevention, kinakailangan, imbitahan natin yung mga kalalakihan. Kasi, yung violence against women, kapag kababaihan lang ang nabibigyan ng education. Pagdating niyan sa bahay, na hindi educated ang lalaki or partner, kapag nag-express siya sa loob mismo ng tahanan, that ang scenario is, may nagpo-protect sa aming batas. Di ba? Anong batas yun na nagpo-protect sa'yo? Ito sinabi mo, 9262 or rape law or etc. etc. Eh yung lalaki, kung hindi naiintindihan yung laws na yan, what will happen? Magtatalo. Magdidebate sila doon sa issue ng protection. So, kaya kami sa MOVE, no? Ang MOVE Philippines, ang our advocacy is really for the men to be involved. Even before our movement, itong MOVE Philippines, nakwento nga kanina kay Ma'am Emmy, there was already a movement. Ito yung grupo ng mga airpods, no? Mga airpods, fathers. Mga fathers ito. The concept dito is, ito yung mga nasa school, yung mga nasa daycare centers. Marami kaming daycare centers all over Philippines at hindi biro ang numbers nito. Talagang marami at it covers yung mga parents, yung mga anak nila na nasa 3 years old below, no? So, imaginein mo, pag nagpapatawag ng meeting, yung isang teacher, daycare teacher, babae ang dumarating. Case ng school, pag nagpatawag yung school, siguro na-experience nyo ito. Pag nagpatawag ng PTCA meeting ang school, sino ang dumarating? Kababaihan din, tama ba? Okay? Nagpatawag ang health center o ang hospital ng meeting. Sino ang dumarating? May bitbit pang mga anak. Mga babae. No? Mga mothers, children. Eh, nasaan yung lalaki? So, there's really a problem. No? With the culture. Kasi even our textures, iyon kasi ang tinuro din eh. Di ba? Yung mga books natin in the past, yun din ang mga tinuturo. Eh, sino ba ang gumawa ng mga libro na yun? Di ba tayo din mga tao? Tayo din ang gumawa nun. Tayo ang nagsulat. So, kung may nais tayong pagbabago, na gustong ma-achieve, no, with the advocacies natin and support dito sa law, kailangan cultural revolution ang tawag doon eh. Cultural reform, hindi lang siya basta-basta na isang tao, babae lang ang nag-advocate, kundi sama-sama tayo. Dapat hindi pwedeng sila lang, hindi rin pwede kaming mga lalakihan lang. Kailangan sabay tayong gagalaw. Okay? In the context of education, nung lumabas yung 9262, even before pa, talagang women in development, women in, ano yun, tatlo yan eh, with one, and saka itong God, ano? Itong gender and development. So yan, lahat ay puro nagsimula, 1940s, pataas, hanggang ngayon tuloy-tuloy yan. Pero karamihan dyan ay education para sa women. So we missed, actually, kung nasabay yung men before, during the advocacies natin nito, kung nasabay sila sa education component, na-invite natin sila, baka hindi aabot lahat ng kaso na ganong kalaki. Kasi we need to have education for the men. No? So, kung ganon na may nakikita na tayo na hindi pala uma-attend yung kalalakihan, naging proactive tayo in the interventions, sigurado ako, baka mas marami na ang lalaki ngayon uma-attend. Di ba? So ito yung mga missing gaps na dapat nating tingnan. Now, bakit mayroong mga yung violence sa bahay? So, kung nangyayari yun, na nagtatalo-talo sila, no? Doon sa loob ng tahanan, kasi yung isa alam, yung isa naman ay hindi alam. So, kailangan lamang talaga, ipaalam mo sa pareho para walang magtatalo sa loob ng tahanan. And why there is a gender sensitivity for male spouses, no? For female spouses. We started that in our department sa DSWD. Gender sensitivity for the female spouses. Yung mga workers namin, yung mga employees namin sa department, ma'am, mga kababaihan yan, di ba? Ilang piraso lang kami mga lalaki sa DSWD. Ano? Marami dyan mga kababaihan. So, alam nyo, yung kwento nila, pag umuwi sila, nagtatanong yung asawa, bakit ginabi ka? Anong nangyari? Baka may iba na, yung mga gana, may mga ganyang subject yung lalaki, ano? Sabi namin, kung ganito sila at hindi sila nagtitiwala, invite natin sila. So, we tested out. Napakaganda ho ng training na yan. Gender sensitivity for female spouses. No? Tinawag namin yung mga asawa nila. No? And then na-replicate yan in other regions. Alam mo, ang pagkatapos ng training, nagsasalita sa amin yung female workers namin, mga office mates, sabi nila, anong ginawa nyo sa husband namin? Bakit may dalang tsokolate? Bakit naglalaba? Bakit naglilinis na sila? Ay dati naman, hindi, ang baho-baho. Diba? Pero with that kind of intervention, kaya pala. Kaya natin kung i-join sila, no? Another situation, lumalaki yung problem natin sa kabataan, no? Yung teenage pregnancy, ma'am, yung rape sa school, mga harassment sa public, lumalaki po 'yan kasi magaling tayo mag-promote. Magaling tayo mag-promote, mag-advocate. Ang kailangan ho natin, sabayan natin ang action, hindi lang yung word na advocacy. Sabayan ho natin ang action. Puntahan natin sila kung sino yung matatao dyan, matao, kahit nasa squatters area, or nasa yung mga communities na maraming tao, kalalakihan. We can always reach out them and provide sort of education. Kahit salitang kanto, basta magsasama-sama at magtutulong-tulong. Yung pa isa-isa, we will multiply. Marami tayong ma-reach out. So ganyan kami sa MOVE, no? Ang MOVE Philippines is a principled group of men, mga grupo ng kalalakihan that advocating for the women. Protection, prevention from any forms of abuse. At the same time, ang focus namin ho is really mind. Tinitira ho namin yung mind, no? Tsaka yung puso nila. Kaya kailangan, kung ikaw ay papasok sa MOVE, dapat ikaw ay maging modelo. Pero kung ikaw ay magiging model para mang-abuso ng karapatan ng tao, you will be removed. No? So ayaw ho namin ng ganyan. You will be removed for sure. Kasi hindi ho, kailangan natin dito yung peace. If you want peace, start with yourself. Start with yourself, your family, your school, environment and community. Kasi itong pinopromote natin eh. Safe space nga. Sabi nga ni ma'am kanina, eh ano ngayon kung naka-short ako? Eh ano ngayon kung maiksi ang aking ano? For as long that you respect a woman, then therefore, wala na tayong pag-aawayan. Wala nang crime, wala nang karahasan. Wala ka nang i-handle, ma'am eh. Di ba? Wala ka nang i-handle ng mga concerns. The same time, baka yung mga laws natin ngayon, kung kailangan natin pag-isahin yan, isang united laws for all, ay di mas maganda yon para at least isa lang yung ating batas para sa lahat. Di ba? Kaya lang marami dahil may sectoral issues and concerns. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Ricky. May we move on to Sir Michael?
Yes. Siguro na-mention na kasi karamihan what they wanted to say. But maybe I want to go back a bit doon sa notion of victim blaming. Because I often I say this to people whenever I hear them sa mga training na parang sinisisi kasi suot, ganito, ganyan. I often tell this to people. Once you participate in a culture of victim blaming, you are actually participating in a culture of avoiding accountability. Because the moment na sinisi mo yung tao on what they wear, you're removing your accountability to help, to assist. And I'll try to amplify that kasi pag tinignan mo siya at the community level, sa cases mo ng VAUSI, ng violence against women and children, ang depiction ng batas natin, it's a public crime. Meaning, kahit sino pwedeng mag-report. Pero ang problem mo at the community level, ang thinking pa rin, away mag-asawa, away mag-jowa, away magkasintahan, never a public crime. So, ito pa lang makikita mo may gaps ka na and hindi lang siya necessarily legal, but understanding of the laws themselves is a challenge. That's one. We have to deal with doon sa types of training that we also do. Kasi kadalasan, syempre, when we're doing interventions, training, capacity building initiatives, minsan na sinasabi rin ng mga tao on the ground ay, kapag yung training mo, lecture, tutulugan ka lang ng participants mo, pupunta lang yan kasi may pagkain, may libre. But if you make your training participatory, you get the information from them, you let them talk, suddenly you would understand the big picture. Magugulat ka that they know the problem, naiintindihan nila. They would say na, oo, may kakapitbahay ako, laging nabubugbog. Yung asawa niya, laging ganito. Naririnig ko nagsasampala, nakikita na namin nagsasabunutan sa labas, pero hindi nila inaawat. Kasi ang nila, away mag-asawa, takot mangialam. Kahit sa batas nakalagay, protektado pag nangialam. Sipin mo dun pa lang, alam nila yung nangyayari. Pero hindi nila alam yung kung ano yung scope of protection that they can do to actually be involved in the process. Pakomplikahin pa natin. Nakalagay sa batas, may CODI ka dapat. Kung sa government, alam ang CODI, I'm telling you, private sector, halos hindi alam kung ano ang CODI. even if sila may mga kaso ng sexual harassment. Alam mo kung gaano kasaklap ang sexual harassment? Dismissal agad ng employee. Minsan hindi na pinag-uusapan, kinu-close ang file para wala ng issue. But just try to imagine that. Sila mismo hindi alam and they're admitting na mismo sa harassment may problema sila how to deal with it. Yun lang. Ngayon, punta tayo sa sector, young people. Mas masaklap to. When we're talking about violence, statistically totoo ang apektado babae. Wala. Hindi natin yan. But we have to look at the other sectors as well. I'm telling you, young men and boys ngayon, ang tindi ng cases ng violence. Young LGBTQ people, ang lala ng kaso ng violence. Bigyan kita ha. Sino dito ang below 18 years old? If you're below 18 years old, good, wala. Pero ito I'm telling you ha, if you are already 18, 20 ngayon, swerte ka if you're here studying. There are someone younger than you already exploited, being abused, 14, 15. Meron pa nga 10 years old pa lang, I'm telling you this ha, 10 years old, pinipimp na. Those are the certain problems that we're having. 10 years old pa lang, may HIV na. Those are the kinds of violence we're dealing with young people nowadays. Social media is another problem. I would agree with the sinabi ni naman kanina. If we want to do a cultural reform on this one, we have to cover all bases possible. For the younger generation ngayon, social media is a major tool to help them for interventions, but also the cause of several problems. Sabihin ko sa iyo, it desensitized violence, it desensitized para alam mo, even yung notion of safe sex, parang wala na nga iba silang notion nun eh. Even the notion of consent, publicly posting themselves, yung mga deepfake na yan, exposure to pornographic material, those are forms of violence for young people nowadays. At wala pa tayong clear-cut interventions on them. And that's also one thing that we have to do. Although we have laws na meron na parang anti-OSAID, ganyan. But again, the laws are there, oftentimes crafted top level. Pero kadalasan, pag ang batas mo gawa sa taas, nakikita mo ba kung anong nangyayari sa baba? And oftentimes, if laws are not crafted bottom up, oftentimes yung laws mo ang laki ng gap. And now we're at this situation where we're trying to fix the laws because of the gaps that we're identifying. Maybe it's also now a wake-up call for legislators because we're talking about governance. Maybe start consulting social workers, start consulting community workers, start consulting psychologists, sociologists, stop consulting lawyers. Because oftentimes if you're consulting lawyers to deal with the same legal causes, you're just in an echo chamber. Hindi mo tinitignan yung root cause ng issues on violence. And I'm telling you, that lawyer is actually less knowledgeable from that very person who experienced violence on a daily basis. Siya yung mas makakapagsabi sa'yo what is or should be done for our laws to better respond for their needs of safety. Yun for now. Yun muna.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Yes, Ms. Ina.
Dun sa issue rin pala ng batas, again, with the premise that we will use the laws to ensure the safety of the many people who need the law on their side. SOGI Equality Bill, first and foremost. Balikan natin yung family code. Ang dami-daming statements of gender inequality sa family code na pag pinagtabi mo yung role ng mother and ng father, asawang babae, asawang lalaki, so bad. It is 2023, magta-2024 na kailangan ng mabago yung details na yun ng family code. Yung concubinage and adultery, kailangan na rin pong mabago yun. Basically, kung matyaga po kayo and if you're the type that enjoys looking at laws and how outdated they are, diba? It's really a whole effort of looking at ano yung itsura ng gender inequality nung sinulat nila yung mga batas na to. What are the qualities that we should change in these laws para mawala yung gender inequality that is written into our systems? At dagdag ko na rin, decriminalization of abortion. Diba? Kasi ang harsh ng mga bagay na natatanggal sa mga taong nakakaranas ng vulnerability kung yung batas natin are not promoting their sense of safety and are not promoting their sense of health and are not also celebrating their existence. So in terms of pagsuyod ng batas, let's go that direction as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ina. Ms. Dehetz, would you like to add?
Yung notion lang siguro ng salitang equality. Minsan kasi how distorted this notion is. Naalala ko noon, ang equality pagka ang asawa mo ay nagtataksil, pag ang lalaki ay nagtataksil ng bababae, ang tingin nila, magiging equal kayo, eh di manlalalaki ako. Kapag siya ay naglalasing, maglalasing ako. Kaya ang daming babasagin yung notion ng equality, as if naman yung babae ay hindi bahagi ng lipunan na kumakatawan din doon sa sektor na kinabibilangan niya. For example, yung cases noon na nagkaroon kami ng study doon sa women workers, Grabe talaga yung paggamit din ng business doon sa pagtanggap ng babae. Alam niyo na yun, yung mga typical na
quality and how they are supposed to be included in the dialogue, but also we looked into yung women empowerment and knowing yung rights na ating yung rights nyo as individuals, and highlighting or giving power to individuals in terms of hearing and validating yung mga experiences nila, yung mga napagdaanan po nila, as well as yung having a bottom-up approach so that we can ensure na syempre important sa atin yung ating mga laws, but these should highlight yung mga napagdadaanan ng mga challenges and needs na ating mga citizens. So ayun po, and I'm pretty sure that we have a lot to say about it and a lot to say about this question. However, I will hand you over to my colleague Vincent.
Yeah, I think we discussed a lot of things, and I think it covers a lot of questions to us to this forum. And I think we're very lucky na may mga representation po tayo from different sector, like from Gabriela Women's Party List as a representation from the legislation. We also have a representation from the academe, like from the UPD OWASH, and of course, a representation from NGO, and of course, an arm of a government, which is the MOVE Philippines. And I think we're also very lucky na kasama natin ngayon ang mga iba't ibang representatives from also different sectors, like different government agency, students from different university, and a lot more. And I think from the discussion that we did, we answered a lot of questions on how, for example, NGO like Lunas Collective can be involved in a lot of these activities, or maybe moving forward in creating policies that are inclusive, but also at the same time, we witness kung ano ba yung mga challenges na kinakararap ng, for example, ng academe in terms of addressing this gender-based violence, and thirdly, on the things that we should look on improving our policies and programs na mas magiging targeted sila sa gender-based violence. But I think we're down now to the most important question. So yung final question po namin from UPCPAL Philippines is, bakit po ba importante na dapat yung mga leaders ay nasa forefront sila sa pag-address ng gender-based violence?
Well, magandang tanong yan, Nagtuturoan mo siya yung sasagot eh. Alright. Magandang tanong yan, bakit napakahalaga ng mga core leaders in fighting, and providing solutions Actually, syempre sabi nga natin, kung hindi okay yung leader natin, sino pa ang magiging okay? Paano siya ipa-follow kung hindi okay yung mga leader? That's tourism. Yung mga resorts. Marami dyan pinagdadalhan ng mga children or women, no? Syempre, ano ba ang mga regulatory measures para ma-stop ito? So dapat mayroon ding mga kanya-kanya. So leadership, no? In other way around, some of Philippines kami naman, dahil ang advocacy nga namin po is really supporting the advocacies of women. Pero we are more than that advocacy pa. Hindi lang siya sa babae, no? We want the men in general na mabigyan sila ng education. We want to engage them and be educated kahit na maliit na bagay, kapamaraanan, at least makatulong sa reduction, sa elimination, or maybe, well, ang goal natin is stopping. In short, is behavioral change ang gusto natin i-address dito. It's a behavior. Pag okay ang behavior natin, the values, foundation na nag-i-exist, kasi medyo lacking ang ating value, no? Kailangan, kung yung value na yan is talagang tatanim sa'yo, then therefore you will not commit any forms of violence. Kaya yung character natin, dapat bigyan natin ng diin. Kasi ang pagbabago, nasa atin mismo. Nasa character ng isang tao. Wala sa kahit na iba yan. Kahit sabihin ko man, bibigyan ko kayo, magbabago ang Quezon City, magbabago ang Marikina. That's only word. Ang gagalaw niyan, laging tayo. Ang gagalaw ng advocacy, it's the people. So we want to empower our women, much as possible, empower din natin yung mga kalalakihan, not for the position, no? Not for the position that they have, kasi nandiyan na sila, but empowering through education para maintindihan nila na yung pang-aabuso sa batas hindi tama, sa pananaw ng ating Diyos hindi naman talaga tama. So dapat talaga i-stop siya. Respect, paggalang, yun lang ang susi para sa atin lahat. Maraming salamat.
Siguro iba naman yung tingin ko on this one when it comes to leadership, diba? Kasi I think when it comes to the government, kailangan proactive talaga yung stance. Kailangan niya hindi siya basta, I mean, when the laws are being crafted, dapat nakikipag-usap din siya with other agencies, with other units para malinaw paano yung implementation. And I think this is an observation that I think not just development workers would say, but even the academe would say, ang dami nating magandang batas. I'm telling you that. Marami tayong magandang batas. Marami tayong magandang policy na may kinalaman sa prevention ng violence. Saan lang ba tayo lagi sumasablay? Implementation. Diyan tayo lagi nagkakaroon ng problema. So I think we need to seek, find people who would really be willing to take on this, let's say, gargantuan task. Hindi siya madali. And it means that even us ourselves, if we know the problem, if we can contribute to solving it, let's be involved. Minsan yung iba nagiging personal advocacy na siya. Yung iba, some of the people were survivors themselves. Some of them have actually not just witnessed, but experienced violence firsthand. So isipin mo na lang minsan yung mga nakikita mo nakapunto, sometimes some of them have gone through that. We don't have to go into detail, but sometimes we become involved. Minsan traumatic na nga siya. But sometimes you turn that traumatic situation into something that's positive for you to be able to contribute because you don't want what happened to you to happen to others. I think that's a very important thing when it comes to issues of violence. At siguro in support na lang din with the advocacy of MOVE, because I'm also working closely with MOVE so much because we want to involve young men and boys. Andun rin ako sa comment na to that yes, gender equality and women's empowerment as an agenda has been that way because we know naman, we want gender equal because for the longest time, women have been in disadvantageous position. Totoo yun. But we also need to understand another crucial dimension na we want to involvement kasi nga ang point is, ito na lang bigyan kitang example, ikaw batang babae, nakapag-aral ka, nakakapag-aral ka. Yung counterpart mong lalaki, hindi nakapag-aaral. Yung babae, safe ka sa eskwelahan. Pero pagbalik mo sa community, yung safety mo wala. Bakit? Kasi yung kaidaran mo na sana nakakatanggap rin ng education na meron ka, hindi natatanggap. Saan niya matututunan yung potential knowledge ng karahasan sa nakikita niya sa labas? So wala sa kakulangan ng paggabay. So sinasabi natin, oo, we want women to be in schools, for them to be educated, for them to be empowered. But we also want the young men and boys because we don't want to create another generation or a future generation that would continue this cycle of violence.
And that's what we want if we want to involve young men and boys. We start them young. Hindi ito indoctrination, hindi ito kung ano man. This is really, teaching basic decency under the premise ng gender equality, because gender equality is not just for women. It's for everyone. Yun lang.
Sige. Medyo mag-skirt around ako dun sa question kasi the question is about bakit mahalaga yung leaders, diba? Pero I wanted to jump the gun and say, ano yung quality ng leaders na kailangan natin makita that are leading this effort to make our community safer and to make our systems, laws, institutions more caring, so that all of us can just bask in our pleasure tas maging masaya tayong lahat, diba? Kasi yung laws are your baseline kasi talaga they're gonna protect you diba? Safety, sense of safety. But the quality of leaders we need, una yung quality ng leader na open sa changing definitions ng pagkababae at pagkalalaki. Kasi the old, outdated definitions of pagkababae and pagkalalaki that is mostly heterosexual, may elements ng conservatism, we already know na marami nang nasasaktan dito. Right? That is the manifestation of the inequality. Not everyone is happy with those conventional definitions. Not everyone sees their true authentic self as matching the old definitions. And very strong, especially where my Gen Z's at, very strong ang Gen Z, and we're actually leveraging the work of all our feminist mommies, nanays, titas, aunties, ates, diba? We're leveraging all the work they've done so that we millennials and Gen Zs can really say, wait lang babaguhin na namin tong definitions ng masculinity and femininity at iaangkop namin siya sa sense namin ng pleasure, sa sense namin ng joy, sa sense namin ng love, sa sense namin ng safety. And the leaders that refuse to see this will always end up blaming individuals for having dared to be their authentic self. Yun yung first. So leaders have to be open to the changing definitions of masculinity and femininity, and that will make sure na mako-cover natin even our queer siblings that are defining what it means to be queer altogether. That's required. Second, kailangan ng leader na maunawain at caring. And I don't mean maunawain tapos bahala na kung ano mangyari, but asking people how they are. Are you okay? Or are you feeling well in your own bodies? Again, with the dividends of the feminist fighters from before na we reap the dividends of this mental health law, because this was really led by a lot of young people, diba? So now we're seeing the intersection of your mental health law, your sexual and reproductive health law. They're coming together and they're saying mental health is important. Yes, soft kami. And we need leaders to allow us to be that soft. Kasi the leaders that we've had before, laban, laban towards martyrdom, School of Social Transformation. That's enough. Yes, para sa bayan, but also wag naman tayo lahat madeds, diba? We want to be able to rest so that tomorrow lalaban kami ulit. And leaders have to recognize that this kind of energy, that generative power that comes from inspiration and idealism is finite. Renewable siya, finite, but renewable. Ang requirement din sa renewable na yun, magpahinga. And you don't make pahinga. What make pahinga? You don't rest pag burned out ka na. You rest para hindi ka ma-burn out. So that culture of grind has to change as well. And leaders will have to lead. Kasi if they don't lead, parati kaming na-accuse na, ay, tamad, ay, parating may palusot. And we're like, but we're tired. Paano po? Diba? And that requires a whole structural reform, and I mean it. And then finally, so that's caring, willing na umintindi, willing to support people's pleasures, tapos sa dulo, willing din sila magkamali. And this is something that is very difficult,
especially for those strongly toxic masculine leaders na I'm the law, I'm right, I'm never wrong. What does it mean for a person to admit that they've made mistakes? It means they're willing to work with us, with all of us, for social transformation or for whatever little transformation we're willing to see. It means an acceptance na pwede pala silang matuto pa. It means an acceptance of their complicity to the systems of inequality and their commitment to participate in the effort to change it. So if your leader is not open to the changing definitions of masculinity and femininity, not willing to support people's pleasures, and not willing to allow people to rest, tapos hindi pa willing umamin sa pagkakamali, red flags po yan lahat. They all have to be replaced. And then finally, this leader also has to pave the way for others. Share the care, also pass the mic. For every opportunity they might have, paano nila ipapasa yung stage to someone who represents the vulnerability they want to talk about, or to someone who is better at expressing the new challenges or the new strategies to meet these new challenges. And that kind of leader will motivate a whole movement. And then finally, na yung leader na to, hindi rin worried na magiging irrelevant siya. Kasi that is a recognition na social transformation will happen by making ourselves outdated so that everyone else can define a new path forward. So yes, care, pleasure, rest, accountability, and sharing the stage.
Thank you very much. Na-inspire talaga ako. I hope meron kaming ganon sa opisina because kami, wala kami, hindi kami pwedeng ma-burn out, hindi kami pwedeng. So yun nga, no, pinaglalaban din namin na may care din for the carers, no? So sa akin lang, nabanggit na po nila ang gaganda ng mga nabanggit ng ating mga bisita. And of course, I'm awaiting Ma'am Emmy's final statements. Sa akin, I think what I can impart with you, if you need someone or an office to help you create your CODI, to create your policy, nandito kami para tulungan kayo paano gawin yung mga mekanismo para yung pleasure of living, no, will be there, no? So, yun lang, I think nabanggit na nila lahat, and let's continue fighting, no? Marami na rin na-achieve tayo, pero marami pa rin tayong ma-achieve. So, yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Sige, parang gusto kong bumalik doon sa, to sum up, yung may framework kasi tayo na yung buong lipunan. Of course, I agree. Kumbaga parang kung leader ka, dapat laging nasa back of mind mo. Kung ikaw ay mambabatas o kung ikaw ay implementor na sa isang executive branch or I'm talking of governance pa rin, laging ang tingin ko ang bottom line question talaga para kanino, no? Kanino naglilingkod. Kung gagawa ka ng bill o patakaran, ito ba ay naglilingkod sa nakakarami? Ito ba ay naglilingkod sa vulnerable? Ito ba ay magbibigay nga ng mas maraming pagkakataon para sa kailangang iangat na yung kanilang kalagayan? Kaya coming from sa loob-loob ko nga, kanina nag-uusap kami, I'd rather be identified as habang buhay na Gabriela kesa ma-identify kang naging kongresista. Parang minsan yung pagiging kongresista parang pa yan nakakabawas pa doon sa integridad kasi may nire-represent talaga siyang sistema Kaya siguro ang challenge hindi lang leader sa loob ng sistema ng paghawak ng kapangyarihang pampolitika, kundi yung leader doon sa kinabibilangan nating sektor. be it academe, be it community, o kung saan man, maging leader tayo. And we provide a room and hindi lang siyang, yung ipoprovide natin, hindi pa as messianic no? Kasi minsan, gumagawa tayo para magbida-bida no? Pero hindi yung parang, alam natin, yung maliliit na ambag natin, may nagagawa siyang malaking push for a greater change. So yun lang siguro.
Once again, thank you so much for this very insightful discussion po. We really appreciate all your inputs on why it's very important and what is the role of good governance in ending violence against women. So from this discussion po, we saw po kung ano ba talaga ang role ng good governance in ending violence against women. First of all, gender-based violence is a systemic problem and a systemic issue that we should address with a systemic solution and an intersectoral action in order to make sure na matatapos na talaga ang karahasan na ito na nangyari, lalo na sa mga minoridad ng mga kababaihan, pati po ng LGBTQIA+. But also, we saw from this discussion kung gaano ka-importante pa ang mga leaders sa pag-address ng mga problema na ito at kung ano yung mga qualities na dapat meron tayo to make sure na we create programs and policies that are inclusive and targeted to this problem. Like for example, dapat open po tayo sa continuous development ng kung ano ba ang gender, sexuality, and even the idea of safe spaces. Secondly, we need leaders who are compassionate enough to be consultative to all the sectors. Siyempre, hindi po tayo makakagawa ng mga policy na pro-women if hindi included yung women sa discussion. We can only make good policies that are targeted for women, LGBTQIA+ or indigenous people if they are included in the discussion. But thirdly po, we need leaders also who are willing to accept and correct errors na of course we're just human and we are parang malaki talagang chance na magkamali tayo. Kaya we need leaders who are willing to accept these errors and correct them. But lastly is leaders who knows when to step back. Kasi syempre hindi naman po lahat ng mga problema natin ay about us. Like a lot of problems in governance are about other sectors, about marginalized sectors. And I think we need leaders who know how to step back and let these sectors be on the forefront and discuss how we can solve this problem, how we can make sure that their values, their rights will be uplifted at the end of the day. But lastly is, I think in order to make sure na matatapos po talaga natin ang violence against women or ang gender-based violence, we need to make sure na yung mga polisiya at mga programang ginagawa natin mula sa iba't ibang sektor ay nakasentro po sa masa at sa mga marginalized sector na ito at patungkol sa mga problema at mga hinain nila na dapat nating masolusyonan.
Thank you po. And I would also like to thank our panel discussants. Indeed, this has been a rich discussion po. And I think na-highlight din dito na there's still a lot to be done. And I think aside from acknowledging violence against women or gender-based violence, we should also be proactive in the implementation and how we fight for those who, for survivors and for ourselves, knowing our power. Okay, so now we move to open the floor to questions from our audience. Sige po, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. De Luna, for joining us this afternoon. For any questions po regarding Ms. De Luna, we would be happy to take into account and then we will relay it to you na lang po, ma'am.
Kasi I need to go. I'm so sorry. According kasi sa anong 4:30. But anyway, I have one of our officers in OWASH here. If you need to ask something about how is it to investigate, etc., etc., Ma'am Ria Narvaez is here to answer for me. Okay lang ba yun? Yes, sige. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. De Luna. Okay po. Sige po. We move to open the floor. Is there any other questions from the audience? Yes po.
Hi. Hello.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ramar Agus po from FEU. I'm studying international studies, currently a fourth year. I actually have two questions. Like the first one is a bit more technical and the second one is like a bit more personal. So the first question is that earlier it was mentioned po that iba-iba po yung pinagkukuhanan ng sources like what was mentioned by Sir Michael. So given that po, we also have like scattered sources of data basically. So given that, is there any possible ways to counter the challenge that we have here in the Philippines in collecting and evaluating the said data? And the second personal question is like, how can we be actually a safe space, especially for ourselves, given that we are the first ones to encounter whatever harassment we encounter on every aspect? Maybe the panel can answer whatever comfortable po in any of those questions. Thank you.
Okay. Sige, as a response to the first question, because I think we're talking about data, there are currently government efforts to actually harmonize the data collection for gender-based violence. So this is for all, ibig sabihin, all the key agencies concerned. Right now, we just have to deal with, and I think ang pinaka-main challenge pa is, it has something to do with Data Privacy Act. So that's often the barricade. However, I think there's a need to revisit how we treat data, especially GBV is a public health data. GBV is a public health concern. So, kailangan natin ma-reconcile ano ang permissible to actually be shared, should be accessible. And I think the government has to resolve yung problem nga na parang, ikaw rin naman yung gumawa ng batas, ikaw rin yung may hawak ng data, why are you refusing to share it with yourself? I mean, that's the only question that we have to ask to them na, why do you have to make it difficult for DOH, for example, to share data to another agency when in fact both of you have a stake on the issue? Both of you are part of, for example, the Interagency Council on Violence Against Women and Children. Bakit kailangan yung pahirapan yung sarili nyo doon sa datos? And all of them are recognizing that we have a problem with data. So to be fair, there are efforts ongoing to actually harmonize the data. Hindi siya madali. Okay, we're telling you right now, hindi siya madali because there are data that are being recorded on the ground, pero pagka-record sa barangay, hindi na umaakyat. Nandun lang sa baba. Minsan may data na, ino-note lang, iba-blotter lang. Okay, andun na. Meron ka pang problem ng confidentiality of data. Na dapat hiwalay yung data on anything related to violence, pero ang nangyayari ay nasasama siya doon sa regular data recording, especially at the community level, na yung safety pa lang mismo ng tao na nag-report is already compromised. So yung sinasabi nila may mga tao ayaw mag-report ng kaso, oo, because they don't feel safe. Napag-chichismis na din sila. That's also a cultural factor into the data on the ground. Pero yung the policy level, there's effort to harmonize the data because they recognize there's a need to have at least a consistent data on violence against women and children and all forms of gender-based violence. Yon. As for the second one, siguro I would rather defer to Miss Ina because I think she's much more experienced. Although for me, ito lang very quick, kung safe spaces for yourself, you need to find the right people you can trust right away. Yung no questions asked. That once you come to them and you feel like may nangyari sa yung masama and they understand you right away, no judgment, go to that person. That's your first sense of safety, especially if you don't feel that you yourself is safe by yourself. Yan.
Sige. Dun sa data lang, makikita, tanong ko lang kung nasagap mo na yung may mga logbook kasi sa barangay tapos sinusulat dun yung mga complaints, tapos pinipirmahan yun. Na parang how analog can we get sa collection ng data on GBV and BAW? Baka gusto lang mag-comment on the logbook or later. Pero anyway, ayun. Dun sa question ng how do you become your own safe space? Una, number one, kutob. Maniwala ka sa kutob mo talaga. As in, when your body tells you meron kang kaba, meron kang takot. And depending on where you are, di ba, kakayanin mo ba na alamin, saan kaya nanggaling yung kaba or takot na yun? Pero kung hindi mo rin kayang alamin kung saan nanggaling yung kaba or takot na yun, maniwala ka sa kutob mo and find the nearest safety exit. Kung ano man yung safety for you. And your safety might mean, okay, magkukulong lang ako sa kwarto, or your safety might mean disconnecting from all your socials, or just whatever safety looks like for you. Basta nakatuwan ka na something is wrong, and then you figure out what your safety mechanisms are for yourself that is going to give you a sense of ease, you go for that. Some of the things you can do to self-soothe, taking note of malalim na paghinga, looking around the room and identifying things that you can identify with words. Just situating yourself really in the present moment is a good way to self-soothe. Second, is, along with what already Mikey has said dun sa part ng mag-link tayo sa mga pinagkakatiwalaan nating mga tao, learn also and know na pwede ka mag-no. Right? So especially kung may lalapit sa atin with a burden that they have and they want to share it. Una mong gagawin, kaya ko ba mag-hold ng space para sa ibang tao ngayon? Tapos pag sabi mo, ay okay, no. So ang kailangan mo lang gawin, sasabihin mo sa tao na yun, I'm not available right now, pero pwede tayong lumapit kay other friend, other person, or someone else who can take your place to support them. That's all you need to do for other people is send help. You can be the help or you can be sending them to other people, but just send help. And then for yourself, what you can really do is self-check-in. So all that, parang saan nagagaling yung sense of takot, kaba, anong pwede ko gawin to make myself feel better. And second, and these are the things I'm sharing you yung aftercare strategy ng Lunas Collective. Super important ng self-care. So your regular habits for rest and recovery. And that might include nutrition or basta wag pagutom. That might include, it should include sleep and rest, as in like taking time to sleep. As in, kung hindi na kayang magising, wag nang magkape. Baka itulog muna natin. Tapos that also includes connecting to people that matter to you, that will make you feel connected. Connecting to nature. Connecting to things that make you feel like you are your whole self again. And this is especially important kung sobrang nababaon na tayo sa iba't ibang activities and work. But finally, always, when it's about connecting to people, it's always about consent. Right? So it will always be about an invitation for them to join you or for you to join them. And whoever is making that invitation, an acceptance of their yes or an acceptance of their no. I hope that helps.
I just want to make a additional input doon sa data. Yes, very true yung nababanggit that maraming mga sources of data. No? One from PNP. Well, unahin natin yung barangay, no? That's the very generic ano yan kasi bablatter talaga yan, no? Kung mayroong nagreklamo barangay, kaya mayroon tayong BAW desk sa barangay. Kanina may nagtanong, di ba? Yung sa SK, dapat maintindihan natin ito, ano bang function itong BAW desk diyan sa barangay. Kasi baka taga-upo lang at taga-sulat lang, dapat hindi ganon, no? Dapat mayroon pa siyang ibang ginagawa. Alright, yung second data, kapag may mga cases kasi na na-file sa barangay, pero i-refer yan doon sa police o kaya sa MSWDO, no? Yung social worker maghawak, sa police for yung kaso, ma-establish yung kaso, ma-filean yung nirereklamo, and makagawa ng action. Pero yung biktima, no? Pag na-report niya sa PNP, automatic papunta yan sa DSWD, sa local government unit, or doon sa NGOs na nearest kung saan po pwede for protection. Pero bakit magkakaiba yung mga datos niya, no? Pag ni-report sa PNP, kaso ito na kanila. Pag ni-report dito sa local social welfare office, for case management ito. Ibig sabihin, for social protection. Kaya maaaring iba ang datos sa PNP, iba ang datos dito sa DSWD. Okay? Mayroon ding mga nagdidirect sa DSWD na mga cases na hindi dumaan sa PNP. Pero lahat dyan, kinocompile yan, tinatrack siya, at ini-endorse din sa PNP, especially kung kailangan kasuhan, no? Based from the assessment, kailangan sila magsasubject nun. Okay? Now, pag pumunta yan sa DOJ, kaso na talaga yon. May kaso na. Kaya magkakaiba ng magkakaiba ng katawagan kung ano yung mga data na hinahanap natin. For example, ilan sa DSWD tulungan ng mga serbisyo kagaya ng residential care for children, abused children, women, etc. Mayroon kaming datos niyan. Pero kung ilan sa PNP ang nagreklamo ng mga kaso, mayroon din silang datos niyan. So kailangan ma-reconcile natin ito. But yung isang biktima kasi pwedeng dumaan sa PNP, pwedeng dumaan sa DSWD, pwedeng dumaan sa barangay. Kaya minsan nagdodobli-dobli ang data pero isang tao lang yon. No? So, yun yung kahalagan ng yung sinasabing data privacy, yes. Kasi pag may mga kaso na yan, siyempre confidential na dapat. Hindi po pwedeng ibulgar natin. May mga nagbubulgar diyan, nagiging chismis, kulang yung facts. Hindi dapat ganon. Kaya totoo dapat, hindi po marites.
Thank you so much for that question. Of course, answers from our panelists. Unfortunately, as much as we want to accommodate more question, we have to end it at this point, the question and answer due to the time limit. But if you have any question to our panelists, you can drop them at our booth and we will make sure that we will direct this to our panelists and ask them and forward the question, the answers to your questions. And I think it's time to proceed to the last parts of our program.
Yes. So to further strengthen our discussion for today, we have Professor Aurora Havante de Dios to provide her synthesis and reflections for policy prospects. So Professor de Dios is currently the Senior Project Director of the Women and Genders Institute, or WAGI, after serving as its Executive Director for 10 years. She was also the former college dean and currently professor at the International Studies of Miriam College, teaching courses on international relations with focus on Asia, global governance, migration. Ms. De Dios, would you be, yes, but more comfortable with your chair?
Hi. Hello, sorry, I need to sit down. It's a bit difficult for me to. Okay. Yeah. How can I summarize this very rich discussion? And since afternoon, I've heard Maya. Hello, hello. And our panelists talk about violence against women extensively. And I think this is one discussion where just about every aspect of the issue has been covered. And we even have our discussants talking about the role of men, the role of good governance. And also earlier, Maya discussed the nature and the causes of violence against women. I think you're very lucky to have this very integrated and very comprehensive discussion. So I think many of the reflections, the insights that have been shared with us this afternoon points to the fact that it is not enough. It's not enough to have all these laws and policies on violence against women if we do not have good governance. And the kind of governance that we're talking about is refers to the quality, the quality of leaders, the quality of the laws that we pass, and the quality of implementation that should happen in order for anything to be achieved in this country. I also note that there's an analysis and the unpacking of certain basic concepts like the concept of power relationship and how do we analyze and unpack the relationship of dominance and subordination, which is a key concept that we should understand in understanding violence against women. They brought up the issue of sustainability, which is something that is very hard to achieve because as I mentioned, it's not enough to have, so many laws that are not consistently and comprehensively implemented. So just to recall, the 16 Days Campaign of Gender-Based Violence is a global campaign led annually by the UN Women, and it runs every year from 25 November to December. In the Philippines, we extended it to December 12, where we also cover a day against trafficking. Most countries in the world today observe this significant time of the year to stop and reflect on the phenomenon of violence against women, which is experienced by women men, no, as has been pointed out, and children everywhere, not just, some days, some months, but every minute, every second of the day, and every hour, and every day and every year, that we cannot fully eliminate vow in our time, despite these tremendous efforts of governments, communities, groups, individuals, men and women, attest to the fact that its roots and causes run deep in our mindsets, attitudes, cultures, and moral and social and moral fabric. For instance, we have very, very advanced standards in human rights. And this has been a product of collective campaigns of women and men everywhere. But despite this, violence against women, especially in conflict situations, such as rape and sexual violence, have become even more widespread and horrific. No, my area now, I've been studying and teaching gender, peace, and security. And I've looked at the experience of Bosnia-Herzegovina, the Rohingya issue, the comfort women issue, which has happened, many, many years ago, decades ago, and the rape victims of martial law in the Philippines. Let us not forget that. It is horrific record of dictatorships that have committed crimes against humanity, sexual violence in Chile, in Argentina, and in many other countries, even now, in Sudan and in Africa. So, as we endeavor to try to understand and try to address the issues, there are more and diverse and technologically driven forms of violence against women, which are now constantly threatening and fostering insecurity among women and girls in communities. As we all know, violence against women disrupts peace and stability within families and communities. It has negative impacts on society as a whole in terms of its long-term economic and social cost in, for instance, in attending to the healthcare of victims, of education, social protection, justice and productivity, preventing economies from achieving their full potential. So violence against women is not an isolated case. It is interconnected with the very advancement of society. If we do not address and stop this problem, it has long-term implications to our potential for growth. Now, realizing how pervasive, far-reaching, and persistent vow is no excuse not to take action, which, by the way, is the tagline of this year's Violence Against Women observance. Numerous innovative solutions and recommendations have been introduced in the last so many years. In the Philippines, maybe you don't know this, Article 9262, Violence Against Women, which I'm so proud to say was passed during our time with Emmy. Yeah, I was chair at that time. Is the most utilized law by women to protect themselves from domestic violence as well as violence. So I think the first important step has been taken, as has been pointed out by our panelists, which is the introduction of policy and legislative framework providing for provision to services for violence against women, with some degree of financial support for mechanisms and services, and for monitoring. We are 4 pillars of justice have also done their part in addressing VOW. I think there's no agency that does not observe violence against women. In November, everybody's aware of this problem, but it's a mixed bag. I'm thankful that everybody understands and discusses violence against women, but sometimes I feel it's a bit too ritualistic, no? Everybody has to have a program, everybody has to, but real progress is very hard to measure. I think number two, I think the professor mentioned the involvement of survivors. I think this is central. We have not yet fully implemented. This is central to any strategy to address violence against women, because everywhere there has emerged the phenomenon of survivor leaders. The survivor leaders are the most, authoritative people to talk about their experiences and to provide insights about how to address violence. Their articulation of their situation is a strategic step, for us to fully understand the nature of VOW. The involvement of men, I think, why do we want to involve them and why do they want to? I think many of them realize that toxic masculinity has been around for so long, and this has really been concretized by the last president. And it's not, what shall I say? It's not cool, So positive masculinity is cool, and therefore young people are realizing that they not only have a role to play, but they have a role to reimagine and to reinvent the very idea of masculinity according to a more humane, respectful idea and notion of masculinity. The women's movement is also very important. I think in all of this, we have to identify and we have to acknowledge that without the intervention, without the articulation of VOW by women's movements everywhere, this issue would not have been addressed at the very forefront. It's important that the women's movement have provided the initial analysis. I think I'm saying initial analysis because in my experience in CEDAW, I worked with CEDAW for many years and was able to read a lot of cases from different countries. What we know now is not half of what we should be knowing with other cultures, with other systems, with other legislation about how to address violence against women, the nature of violence against women, and what form it takes, and what action should be taken by. I think one of the things that we have not touched on is the issue of the interrogation of practices, behaviors, beliefs that we consider as normal. And I'm referring to male privileged sites, prostitution for one, pornography. And then of course, we have this debate about women, if I like to sell my body, it's okay, And then of course that men, it's normal for men to have many sexual conquest because that's part of masculinity. So all of this so-called normal rites of passage of men has remained unquestioned. Just as we want to interrogate what equality means, we want to look at those practices, both men and women, especially men, that have been constructed by our social norms that we consider acceptable. So lastly, I think every year is not even enough, Once a year lang tapos 15 days lang. For us to constantly be updating our analysis and solutions, because as we grapple with, okay ba to? Are we moving forward? That we should constantly be guided by examples in other countries. because these examples, case analysis, I'm talking about case analysis, really illuminate many of the things that we still don't know about violence against women. But I submit that this is a beginning, and this exchange coming from our experts, from the police, from local officials, and from the victims themselves. As I said, to me, they are central to the solution of VOW. That we can all learn, continue to learn, and to improve our understanding, and to move forward as a collective, as a collective attempt to improve society towards social transformation. So marami pong salamat.
Thank you very much, Prof. Oy, for your synthesis and closing remarks for today's forum. We appreciate your continuous dedication for gender work and, of course, your cooperation with UPCPAL Philippines. So we think there's no one best to synthesize this event, but of course, it's Prof. Oy.
Yes. Now, before we end our forum, may we call on the Dean of Asian Center, Dr. Henelita Sevilla Jr., to deliver us a message on behalf of the Asian Center, who has graciously hosted our event venue today.
Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Pasensya na po kayo at medyo hindi maganda ang aking boses. May kaunting ano lang po. Napapansin ko po ay napakaganda ng ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Napakayaman po. I believe that today's program, which is organized by CIPAL Philippines and in partnership with the Asian Center of the University of the Philippines, and other similar institutions such as the BAI Incorporated, Far Eastern University, Department of International Studies, LUNAS Collective, Sagip Babae Foundation, Sanggunian Commission on Anti-Sexual Misconduct and Violence, the UP Center for Women and Gender Studies, and media partners such as the Manila Bulletin, the Adamson Chronicle, Tanglao, and Catalyst, and the Manila Collegian, was not only timely and informative, but also it provided all of us the platform to strengthen our common resolve to put forward the agenda on women in various initiatives and programs in multi-levels of interaction and engagements. Although existing laws and policies are in place to advance and protect women, more and more women are still experiencing harassments, abuses, and marginalized on a day-to-day basis. This can be, as discussed by our discussion today, can be attributed to a lot of factors, such as those related to socio-cultural, economic, security, and political attributions. And having said this, it allows us to reflect and ask that if there are existing laws and policies, as mentioned, on the protection of women, then the next question is how effective are we in implementing all this to ensuring that they are recognized, respected, and faithfully followed by everyone. Hence, being ignorant to laws and regulations and policies is not the only critical factor to the sustained violence against women, but more also on the effective role of institution that encourages good governance to end violence against women. Today, anywhere in the world, including the Palestinian women and children, continue to suffer and sacrifice lives due to policy and institutional failure of state apparatus to protect human beings. The degree of abuses against women, children, including LGBT, is manifested in various levels, and this has to be stopped immediately. And I hope and pray that all of us can become the instruments in combating untoward behaviors against women. Let us all unite and jointly strive to achieve a peaceful and inclusive world where spaces are safe for women and for everyone. On behalf of the UP Asian Center, let me once again congratulate CIPAL Philippines, headed by the director, Dr. Michelle Palombarit, and his team. And of course, to all partner institutions for successfully organizing this noble initiative. Congratulations, mabuhay tayong lahat, and good evening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henalito, for your congratulatory remarks for today's forum. UP CIPAL Philippines would like to extend our greatest gratitude to the entire UP Asian Center for, of course, for letting us host this event here and all your help that you extended to this forum to make sure that this is going to be successful. Now, to formally close our forum this afternoon, let us once again welcome Dr. Michelle Palombarit to award the certificate to our discussants.
Lahat na. Dito na lang sa baba. Okay, the UP CIPAL Philippines and UNITAR would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Professor Aurora Havante de Dios, who serve as an expert speaker in for the Forum on Leading Safe Spaces, the role of good governance in ending violence against women. Thank you so much, ma'am. Yan yung Ma'am, thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much. At bigay ko na lang. And to Ma'am Emerenciana de Jesus, in short, Miss Emmy, for serving as the expert speaker for today's forum on leading safe spaces. Thank you so much, ma'am. Hayaan niyo to, ma'am. Gold yan. Okay. And thank you. Salamat. And to Professor Sabrina Laya S. Takad for serving as expert speaker for today's forum. Thank you, Miss Ina. And for you as kunwari. Thank you, Miss Ina. Thank you. And for Sir Ricky, wala pa. And for Sir Ricky Bunao, who serves as as an expert speaker for today's forum. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ayan yun, sir. And for Sir Michael Pastor for serving as an expert speaker for today's forum. Thank you, Michael. Okay. Wala. So this is one of my roles, really, to close this event. But before I formally close this event, I'd like to thank Bio Incorporated, FEU Department of International Studies, Ms. Agnes. Thank you for bringing your students here. Welcome, FEU students. I hope this is not the first. Now, there will be more students, FEU students, for next year, I hope. For Lunas Collective, Ms. Ina, thank you so much. please. Sagip Babae Foundation, Sangguniang Commission on Anti-Sexual Misconduct and Violence, of course, my home college, the Asian Center, Center for Women's and Gender Studies, and our official media partners, Manila Bulletin, the Adamson Chronicle, Tanglao, the Catalyst, and the Manila Collegian. Okay, so thank you so much to our partners for partnering with us in this very, very interesting and very timely forum. Okay, rest assured that this is not the last of UP-CIFAL for this kind of event. Really, as gender equality is one of the main thrusts of CIFAL Philippines, UP-CIFAL will always promote these courses on and support for the causes of women and children. So please check our website, the UP-CIFAL Philippines, and our social media accounts for updates really of our events. We'll have more events for next year. And I don't want to close this program without acknowledging really the hard work and you know, the how do you say, the time and efforts of the staff of the UP-CIFAL. We have Lance here, Elle, Mimi, Tony, Norms, Steph, and Elora. And I think, of course, Mark, who initiated this project. So thank you so much, everyone. And see you again next year. Okay, happy holidays.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Dr.
day.
Helen Barrett. And we thank our discussants as well as our attendees. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all. And for more information on upcoming UP-CIFAL Philippines events, as well as events of course, our partners, please feel free to approach them at the back of the venue. And please enjoy the snacks and beverages prepared at the event lobby. Thank you very much and have a great day.